everybody. Welcome back to Wappleville. One more round on these Morgul Knights here. Ironically enough, the last two are from the Printing Goes Ever On. This was one of the first rounds that we did right here. So we'll be doing the same sort of thing. Same armor on the horsey. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Sorry for the delay. There was lots of messages, and then the baking that Scopy. I actually have more after the stream, but I baked 4 sheets, different textures. This is I think I did 2 of them for the Skaven. I did one for the Lizard Man. No, 2 for the Lizard Man, and then another one for some for some conquest stuff. So let's get into this. I think I'm gonna actually put some more of my fluoro blue out there. Hey there, Blades. How you doing? Thanks, Blades. Oh, geez, here, let's. There we go. Thanks, Blades. So, Blades, it got crazy last night. There was a level 13 hype train. So, of course, we. All kinds of stuff was making appearances as part of the hype train that, you normally wouldn't see as part of a hype train. So, Blades, actually, now, Blades, are you doing a trip here? I was wondering if you were actually on the road here down in Atlanta. Hey there, Dark Horse. How you doing? So you had Dark Horse. Things got crazy last night, but we still have Dark Horses. Here we go. We still have 2 more Dark Horses left. Dark Horse. Hey there, Valfira. How you doing? So next right. Yeah. So Blades, I saw your one post, so I thought, oh, you were on the road down there and such. So Valfira, I hope that. And of course, Valfira, that was very appropriate, right? Those comparisons side by side shots. I'm telling you, I'm just even wondering, Valfira, is it even safe to actually go into something like a condiment aisle just because it's there? It might actually be completely unsafe just to go into that aisle. So great to see you again there, Dark Horse. Well, big mystery what we're going to do here. It's not like it'll be the same thing we did on the other 16. So if I can get these, there's actually 3, and they're actually all from Printing Goes Ever On. That would be all 19 of the prepped and based Minas Morgul figures. Crazy to think that it's been quite the adventure. Hey there, Landrast. Actually, Valfira, I gotta say, a lot of the things that I would normally put that on lately, I really kind of like the barbecue sauce better. I think it's safer. Yeah, Valfira, I think it's safer just to go with the barbecue, just to go with the barbecue sauce. Nix the ketchup, go with the barbecue sauce. Actually, Dark Horse, I have that. I think that came out. Was that September of 22 that came out? Dark Horse. I've only had just one chance. Ironically enough, he was doing his Treebeard voice. That's the only part of it that I heard. It was kind of while we're doing trying to find ways to entertain Kathy without having to ever look at TVs and stuff. Oh wow! Ooh, hey, Valfira, that sounds good. I like the sound of that. I'll have to. Hey, Valfira, if you shoot me a message like you did last night to see if maybe I can find some of that on Amazon. So Landrest, I hope that the hobby day goes well because tomorrow is an RPG day, right? Here we go. Uh, this one will be very interesting because of where the source lighting is. It's kind of gonna be like like this. It's literally gonna be like that. Give me some more of this stuff here. All over here too. So hey there, Horns fan, and nice to see you there, Russian Blue. Hey there, Horns fan. So Horns fan, sadly, that was quite the disaster with the game. Yeah, they basically pulled a White Sox right there. Yeah, they basically when they fall behind, they just start falling behind more, and then they just kind of give up, and that's pretty much how that went. Yeah, there was a whole lot of quit there, and basically I just at halftime I just said, well, we know how this is going to go because well that was already about 6:30 in the morning, and I said, well, I am not staying up till 7:30 in the morning to watch them lose by 37. So we just kind of said, all right, well that's the end of that. Well, see, I'll get well. I can do it myself. I can say hello to everybody there at the table doing the hobby thing. It's Shay Landrast. Yeah, Velfir, I did so far 4 sheets of Sculpey, 2 Lizardman texture, two for no, one for Easterlings, and one for Skaven. We have another smaller Skaven sheet that's going to happen, and then I'm going to just start baking flat sheets of Sculpey because I need those for the Lizardmen so that I can do the carving of the bases and such. So, hello everybody there at Shea Landrast. I hope everybody gets a whole bunch of stuff done. We do have one little sneaky dude here. I think I might just wait for him until maybe later on in the stream there. What are we doing here? That's not going to hit there. All right, let's get some lighter stuff here. Again, this ain't rocket science. It ain't even rocks. It's just it's just paint. That's all it is. So Russian blue. I hope that everything's good. And actually, Blades. Oh, geez, Blades. Why don't you share stuff in the chat? Same thing there. Valfira, why don't you share some of your stuff? And Russian blue, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. As we welcome Nurgle Matthew. Happy Friday there, Nurgle Matthew. Great to see you again. Of course, like usual. Again, happy Friday to everybody. So yeah, Blades. I mean, obviously, if you want to share your fabulous diorama, that can't get enough kudos and commutations there. Let me see. So everybody, please check out that Insta link there. Actually, Velfred, geez, I don't think I got a chance to see that one. That's unless I did. Maybe I'm thinking of it wrong. I thought I watched both of them. Maybe. Well, it. I was really running around like crazy today, so I might have actually just not clicked on it and thought I did. It doesn't matter, Velfir. I will certainly try to find that after the stream and such. So everybody, please check out the Insta that Blade shared, and also Velfira there. So happy Friday there, Nurgle Matthew. Here's hoping that the weekend is going to be getting off to a fabulous start for you. Maybe a little more over there, whatever's. All right, so again, there's nothing complex going on here. There is nothing complex about this. All right, green time. Uh, oh, yeah. We want this over here. Give me that. Smoosh this around in this here brush. So Velfira, I was able to, again, that's that kind of basic Windows software. Actually, what I used that for, that was something Lethal Shadows showed me, is because so many of the files that I get have those non-manifold edges, and they gotta be simplified and everything else. If you bring them into that, you can kind of correct those there, and then you don't have to sit there and it goes into the bamboo slicer and it's like non-manifold edges. Like, fine, go ahead and fix that. So it's sometimes with some of the guys, like Hartolia Miniatures, is notorious. A lot of Vista has those non-manifold edges, has to be simplified. Actually, printing goes ever on. Their terrain does. Um, actually, Conquest, his stuff almost never has to be simplified or deal with non-manifold edges. Hey there, Mini Marvels. Great to see you back. So, Mini Marvels, we got one last round. One last round of the Morgul Knights here. So we'll be doing the same kind of thing, right? Oh, hey, Mini Marvels. Yeah, this is good. Ooh, check this out, Mini Marvels. So obviously, again, we'll look at this. Look at this. So we just started with our blue there. So now we got our green in there, right? So yeah, look at this one, Mini Marvels. That a lot of that difference there, especially with the light and dark stuff. That is the glazes that we're going to be doing. Probably I don't know, about 10 minutes or so. So yeah, look at that. That's a quite a difference, right, Mini Marvels? So Velfira, the thing that I'll have to try and do now is now obviously I was trying to hollow these things, but it was trying to hollow it in the sense of resin printing hollowing. What I really want to do is just kind of get in there and just like cut a big old rectangle out of the middle of it just to save on filament. However, I did set it down to, like I was saying last night, what, 5% or something? That infill looks real different, just from 10 to 5. I mean, it's not like I got this infill set at 30 or something like that. It's usually just set at 10, but then I dropped it down to 5, and man, that looked different. So yeah, Mini Marvels, that is what we'll be doing here. It also helps to tint them. Oh, by the way, this is one of the old Green Stuff World texture plates. I think they call them Crunch Times. So again, everybody please check out the Insta link there that Blades just shared. And of course, everybody please give Blades a follow. Blades, I'm sorry if I missed a stream earlier today. Again, well, I think even with that Horns fan, I still didn't get to sleep until probably 7:15 because, well, I was essentially assembling pieces of furniture because, well, let's put it this way: when your team is performing well below what they should be, what you really want to have in your hand is a hammer. So I can only imagine what the folks next door were thinking when they're hearing. And I wasn't using the little rubber mallet thing. I was using a full-fledged hammer on on metal. So yeah, it was metal on metal hammer. Okay, Velfira. Well, thanks for sending that. Actually, Velfira, it's all good because that's something I have to sit down and watch. Right? I can't, preferably with that software open. Right? If I just sit there and watch it, well, you know how it is. I'm gonna nod. I'll nod my head, say okay, 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 and then I'll get in and I'll go, wait, what? So it'll be something like that. Well, my mini marvels, you could kind of do the same thing. Obviously, you won't be able to do the sort of blending that we do, but I mean, you could do this. Well, let's put it this way, and Landrast would enjoy this. You could do something like this, and I've done it. You do something like this, then you take the contrast paints and you go over the top of that, and it's kind of, I mean, how different is it than what we're doing with the oils? So yeah, you could do something like this. You dry brush all this stuff on here, and then you get after it with the contrasts, or what the heck is the army painter stuff? Either the army painter stuff or whoever has got all that kind of glazy stuff, if you want to call it that, right, Michael? How you doing there? Great to see you there, Michael. So, Michael, thank you so much for making that level 13 possible last night, and everybody else as well. How's about we welcome in Holly Monster? So, Holly, thank you so much for the raid. How's about everybody give Holly Monster a follow? So, Holly Monster, I hope that you're doing really, really good. Now, Holly, Geez, there were so many conventions going on. I can't quite remember who was at what convention. Now there were a few of us that did the stay-at-home convention variety, like us here. But if there's anything that you wanted to share, Holly, in the chat, please go right on ahead, do that. Well, you would have thought that Minas Morgul is wicked enough, but we have wicked elves in here too. We got wicked elf. How you doing there, wicked elf? So, wicked elf, if you want to share some of the goings on from ReaperCon there, I hope it was a big success there, wicked elf. Yeah, I hope that was a big old success. Now, what we doing here? We've got our last few Morgul Knights. These are from the Printing Goes Ever On. Now, here is one that we painted in an earlier stream. You can see how we're setting up kind of the greenish ethereal glow. And then we've got the Morgul Blades glow. So what we're just about to do is start getting into some of these darker, glazy things here. And then after that, rust. And then we start to bring in some of our later colors. Now, essentially, this is the kind of stuff, right? There's this greenish glow from Minas Morgul. That's what we're trying to do on these. 16 minutes ago, both of them just looked like that. So I'm glad that you're doing really well there, Wicked Elf. So everybody, please welcome in Holly Monster and Wicked Elf, and give both of them a follow. And of course, please go ahead and post anything that you've been working on in the chat. So again, here's the two of these. All right, here's another one from Printing Goes Ever On. Same deal, right? And we're just about to start adding some of those darker glazes in here. So Wicked Elf, I'm glad that was really fun. Now, the original color scheme was this. Morgul Knights, these are the plastic GW ones here. Now, see these references down in the corners there? I thought, well, since I'm painting the terrain, and the terrain looks more like Minas Morgul with all the greenish glow, I went into AI, and I think I got 12 different images. This was some of the infantry right here. I typed in glowing green, uh, rusted armor, that sort of thing, and these were pretty nifty, right? These were pretty nifty references. So we said, yeah, you know what? How's about we just kind of replicate that? And that's what we've been doing on all of our Morgul Knights, and that's what we're going to be doing here. Now, again, what I'm just about to do is to do the glazy stuff right here. So again, everybody, please check out any links that Holly Monster and Wicked Elf are going to post there. I'm going to get me a little brush. Now, this is where it gets totally fascinating, right? This is where we're mixing. This is where we start mixing paint. Yeah, this is a super fun stream time here. Oh, we call it dream. Yeah, it's like dream streaming right here. Is taking Prussian blue, and ironically enough, some of the Payne's gray. Yes, that is actually Payne's gray. Nah, more of the Prussian blue. Then we're going to add in some thinner here, and then we're just going to start mixing this up. And then this here is going to go on our figures in the areas where obviously we got the blue object source lighting. So Michael, again, congratulations on the silver there. Michael, if there's anything that you wanted to share, result-wise from ReaperCon, please, of course, go ahead and do that. So Wicked Elf, I'm glad everything went well, and hopefully, again, everybody that was doing the Reaper Open, if you were at Nova, you did the Capital Palette. Here's hoping that all of that went really well for you. I'm going to do one more little drop in there. We'll do another mix, and now we're going to start to get this on the figures right here. Where are we at here? Let's push you out of the way. And as always, pinline wash, well, that's going to just kind of, well, again, this is very different from, this is where the things get different from stuff like, say, contrast paint. Because the capillary action of this stuff is like 20 times higher than something like, say, a contrast paint. So just something to need, something to keep in mind. I think we've done that. Now let me get to, yeah, I'm going to just use this. I'm going to use this brush right here, I think. A little softer one that also holds more. And you see how all we're doing is just touching the brush to that, right? But if we want to actually have a little bit of a blending thing going on, then we actually kind of do a more standard brush stroke. We're not doing that, not right now. Get some of that going here so you can see how it just kind of spreads out all over the place. Hey Steve, how you doing? Boy, the setup is still pretty much the same, right? As far as the vendor hall, they're just kind of shoving more people in there. Because I think it's at the same hotel, and I'm pretty sure that the vendor hall, the contest area, all that is still kind of in the same places that I remember. And of course, Michael, here's hoping. Here's hoping that we'll be able to be seeing each other at ReaperCon. Again, that's the goal. We'll see how we go. Now, here we are. Let me get the other one here, so you can look at the difference. I mean, that was a few seconds worth, right? So we're using, this is actually what is this? Oh, the ebony flesh. That's the ebony flesh from Steinerez, because, well, there's no way we're getting in all these areas, right? With any kind of pre-glaze. Now, when we get back to our pirates there, when we get back to our coursers of Umbar, we will be going back to more of a typical pre-glaze on them. Actually, the latest video on the Patreon page that's going to be going up in a few days, that was actually a traditional pre-glaze on that one. Yeah, Michael, it's really bizarre how long it can be, right? You think, oh yeah, it's only been, holy smokes, yeah, 20 plus years. Yeah, let's get the darker stuff out there. And Mini Marvels is definitely correct. Don't blink. So saith the weeping angel. So great to see you there, Stephen. I hope that your Friday was really great. And here's hoping everybody's going to have themselves a fantastical weekend with all kinds of fun. Hopefully, painting, playing, all of the above. Look at this. That stuff is still wandering. Look at this. It went all the way down there. And that's what this stuff can do. Alrighty. Enough of that. How's about we migrate over to the greens here? Perline black. Where's our phthalo green? Bunch of that. And yeah, here, let's get some of that Van Dyke brown in there too. And now some thinner. Well, Michael, I know we've been talking about how, well, this is sort of a golden age of miniatures, right? Well, it's a golden age of miniatures, a golden age of terrain. It's a golden age of basing. There's all kinds of gold out there, right, Michael? You know what? Let me toss in a little bit more here of that phthalo green. And then we will be doing one last hit of the darker glaze stuff with, oh gosh, asphaltum, maybe some of the Mars Black or whatever. I mean, just this, right, Michael? We certainly could not imagine 20 some odd years ago that, oh yeah, we're just going to be, we'll be painting 3D printed miniatures with 3D printed basing bits in front of 3D printed buildings, because, total sense. We all figured that's exactly how it was going to go 20 some odd years ago. So yeah, Steve. Oh gosh, I don't know. I don't think it was. No, no, no. It was. Oh, I bet you it was one of the Ushabti. Yeah, it was probably. Oh, was it the guy with the halberd? It might have been one of the Ushabti or something like that. Also, too. Well, this one I know. This one also had the darker primer, for obvious reasons. And Stephen, there are a bunch of those, and of course, if you ever say, "Ah, gee whiz, I wish I could find this one," now you can always shoot me a message. Although Ryan is working, he's working on basically a mechanism there where people could just kind of do a search, and it would find stuff like that for them. So there is something being worked on. It's just it's still kind of in the beta testing right now. Actually, Valfera, I did shoot you a link to that. So yeah, Valfera, if you could just do me a favor and see if I think I sent it to you and to Grant Oracle, and just see if it actually works. Type in object source lighting, see what shows up. The usuals, right? Non-metallic metal, whatever, and just see if things come up. Because he thought he had it all good to go, and then well, he realized he had to keep on testing it some more. Yeah, that was what I was hearing, that they would just take 3D printers there and use whatever regolith was available, and use the local materials, right, Michael, in order to create the habitat instead of hauling all that stuff there in a space U-Haul. So yeah, in Fair, I could shoot you that again too. It's going to be a little bit further back in the message stream, a few, probably 3-4 days ago at least. So it could be a little ways back in the message stream. Actually, now was that? Oh, Steve, was that one the? Was that the ring race? Because didn't we do like a comparison side by side of like three of them had standard gray primer and the other three were darker primer? Something tells me they were. It was kind of a little bit of a side by side comparison. Cause yeah, that's if anybody's got a spare spacecraft or something like that, I think there's a couple of folks that need a ride. So yeah, if anybody's uh, if anybody's holding out on some spacecraft, you might wanna approach them and say, hey, somebody needs a ride. Here, let me keep going again with this green here, and you can see how glossy all this is, right? Well, it's not going to stay that way for very long. You'd be surprised at how fast it goes away from the glossy. So it must have been. I wonder. No, it wasn't this one because we don't have any of the basing bits on there. So it must have been one of the Highland Miniatures ones then. Yeah, could have maybe even been that one right there. And as Steven, you can really see when you look at that, you just say, wow, yeah, no way we could do regular standard pre-glaze on that sucker, right? Not even possible. Yeah, it's a little bit more of the Van Dyke Brown than I wanted in that. Ah, this. Here we go. Thank you. We'll for posting a link to the YouTubes and the Instagrams. We will be posting we will be posting the Wereworks to the Instagrams probably either tomorrow or the next day. So again, sorry if sorry if I missed anything in the chat there. And of course, we still want to express all kinds of appreciations for the level 13 hype train last night. smashing the level 11.6 record easily. Steven, uh, we literally, you know what, actually, I don't know, maybe, ooh, you know what? It's another task for Ryan. See if he can come up with some kind of software that can actually calculate how many hours there are. Because when we say 1900 hours, we're trying to be ultra conservative on that number. So it could actually be dramatically higher than that. In fact, I'm still pretty much convinced it is much more than that. So you can see how we're really getting the darks in here. It's also going to shift some of the color here when we start getting into some of our lighter stuff. Because remember, that is going to be mixing with it on the fly. You know what? Let me just chuck some of that down in there. Because look at, I mean, you think that's a dark part, and then you look at this, right? That is why our lights show up so much. Here, let me get this guy again. So see, look at what happens when we add our light, because now these darks here, they're basically about as dark as what's on here. And then we'll get, what are we going to do? We're going to swing around and we're going to start adding those lights. Now looky here. See how that's already getting less glossy there? Timing is everything, not just in comedy. Not just in comedy anymore, or cooking, because timing is important in cooking. Oh, actually, hey, Valfira, one of the meat crates showed up today. So there was a box of the pork carnitas that's thawing out, and then there was some steaks there, which is why maybe we gotta get ourselves some Worcestershire sauce or something like that, or steak sauce to put on there next to that, because that doesn't have mustard in it, right, Valfira? Yeah, there's no mustard in any of that. So that means it's a totally safe food right there. Here, let me get some of the not blue up there. That's a highly technical painting term. Good enough. Show me a little bit more of that down in there. Okay, so again, these are from the Printing Goes Ever On. And now we put all that stuff off to the side, and now we're going to start to bring in some of our later colors. We'll start with the later blues here. Put you here, you go there. Oh, by the way, these holders, and yes, we're using miniature holders. Those are from Battlecraft Supplies. And there is a discount code. You use the discount code, you get yourself a discount. And also, when he sees that discount code, he says, aha, you are part of the Linseed Fellowship, and you might get yourself a few extras in there. So, yeah, that's the hospitality fund there, courtesy of Battlecraft Supplies. The Etsy, it's their Etsy page there. Let's see, and again, we're not. This is not some slightly lighter blue, is it? This is that's some pretty stout blue right there. Why? Because it's going to be mixing with all of the glaze stuff that we just put on here. See that? And of course, we got ourselves multiple blending brushes here. Hashtag no layers, right? So there is your link to the fabulous paint handles, again from Battlecraft Supplies. Go ahead and do that, because we've already painted some terrain pieces with them. I painted that, here. There we go. Painted this thing, this big old bust. And it was literally off of this same holder right here. And that's how much counterweight is in there. That's a solid resin bust right there. and there was enough counterweight in there to actually keep that thing from falling over. I'm actually included in the latest tutorial video that you'll be seeing. Yeah, that's, I put again some sand and some pennies in there. Obviously, the pennies are the bulk of the weight, and then the sand is to keep the pennies from rattling around in there and making a racket. Which, if you're just painting yourself, no big deal. But if you're streaming or filming, a racket like that, nah, not ideal. Again, look at just letting that all mix in there. Mix in on its own. And of course, guess what? This is nowhere near our latest color either. I want to say this here is about a level 3. So yeah, about 3 on that value scale of 1 to 10. Obviously, when we really get into our strong light, well, then we'll be pushing it to the 1. More here. Something there. Actually, Michael, you know what I need to do? Actually, Valfira, if you could put another. I know you're doing like 20 reminder messages there, but I need to just start looking for some of my Reaper miniatures because I have a bunch of those, and it would be nice to kind of get those in a box, send that to the folks at Reaper, and just say, hey, could these just live there in a box somewhere? Yeah, this right here, not the latest light, but as we're doing this, you can see that's getting a little bit less and less and less shiny there as this goes along. So the printing goes ever on one. Obviously, the armor, a very different construct here compared to, say, what the Kurzlook armor was like. We also have the Grand Oracle of the flashlight here. Oh yeah, look at so it does. We do get some of it out here. So we'll go even a little bit further towards the blue here. Now, since we just did a whole bunch of glazy stuff there, we can't have a whole bunch of thinner on that brush either. Right? Because the paint's just going to bounce off of there. It will not stick at all. We go this way. There we go. That's going to be easier. More of that up here too. On this top surface, that armor plate, these over here. Where's our Mouth of Sauron? Ah, here he is. So this is as part of that same release. You can recognize the armor there on the horsey. I might, if I do another Mouth of Sauron, I might also do the same glowy stuff like this on him. I think there's at least 2 different sculptors. I don't know if Diwali has done a Mouth of Sauron, but I know, well, again, Printing Goes Ever On. Probably Kurzlook has also done one. So Landrest, I hope that the Aegean elves are going well. Actually, I haven't printed anything on the resin printer in days now. We've kind of been occupied with a bunch of other stuff. I am hoping to get back to it. Now there's our so you can see even just what that did. Again, that's not our lightest light, so we're going to put this off to the side, and now we're going to grab this here. So Michael, actually none of these flash. Yeah. So they're all consistent. Now, I don't know if you found these round ones here, but yeah, none of the Landris is pulling some more G and elves out of that vat right as we speak. And those are from Highland Miniatures. Really fantastic stuff. So yeah, Michael, again, I just got them on Amazon. And just, yeah, LED balloon lights. What's funny, Michael, is I haven't seen any flashing ones. Those, probably because the first ones that I got were not flashing. Maybe that's why. If I had, it probably would just keep showing me stuff like that. But yeah, just got them off of Amazon's there. I can try and send you a link if you don't have any success. Unfortunately, I don't have the boxes up here. I wonder. I'm starting to wonder if it's actually in one of the the terrain video. I don't think the box actually made it into the terrain video. So yeah, that's actually Michael. I didn't realize there was such a thing. I mean, I've never gotten one that was flashing. So as you say, I'm like, I didn't know that there are flashing ones. That's kind of ironic, right? Let me see. Yeah, Michael. Well, that is a when we say. Oh, what was it? Oh, remember Twitch clothes. That's what Stila would always put on miniatures that maybe, well, maybe they had some educational bits showing or whatever. And Stila would call it Twitch clothes. So that she could still paint those things on Twitch and not run into any TOS concerns there. Now I don't know. I'm pretty sure that the figures that she's been painting on the latest streams probably don't require Twitch clothes. Now here we got a whole bunch of dirt. We are going to let that mix in there. Look at that. It's just mixing right in with that blue. So yeah, they're just you can also just look up LED, small LED lights or something like that, or disposable LED lights. And then that might show up. But there's a whole bunch of different colors, Michael. Lots of different colors, and sometimes you also have to look because what other people ran into is that they ended up getting the ones where there was the variety pack. I mean, it's nothing wrong with that because these are always a variety pack, right? But all you ever get is blue, red, white, and green. Ooh, that needs to be lighter also. Yep. So again, we're waiting for that to again become a little bit less shiny there because we want to do our rust. Now I'm going to swing back around to our first one here, and now let's start doing some of the much lighter light. Oh, it's going to make a big difference too. When you see this, this will really count because we kind of worked from the middle out. From the middle, darker, and now we're going from the middle, lighter. So look at what that already did right there. Believe it or not, even that is not pure white. It still has a little hint of blue in it. Get me some more of that, like right along the edge here. Reins. So to see the difference that starts to make, I know that the lance is in the way a little bit there. Catch some of our light on that edge. Definitely up here, as in a lot. More as we get right to that edge too. So you can see, look at the difference between that armor plate and this one. So refresh here, and again, that is not straight up white. It's pretty darn light. I mean, it's about 95+% to be in white. We're doing that on the armor, of course, because, well, it's metal. So it's just more prone to reflecting that. This also is a bit on the thicker side. Thin sticks too thick and vice versa. Poof, right there. So Horns fan, obviously there's been a lot of previews popping up for the big game tomorrow. Now Horns fan, actually, geez, I've been thinking about it so much and such. I don't remember if it's an afternoon game or if it's the evening game. I think it's probably the afternoon, right, Horns fan? I was kind of hoping that the Bulldogs doing what they did wasn't going to give you any trepidation, any more trepidation about Saturday. When you're thinking like, holy smokes, please not on this big stage. Now, I do believe the last time the two teams played, wasn't Vince Young the quarterback there, Horns fan? I believe so, and I believe that was that Rose Bowl, and I think it was a 38-35 finish in that Rose Bowl. Trying to get more on my light right along the edge of that. There we go. Like that. Yeah, we need to get this edge. Plus that, plus this. Something right there. Now, what's going on with his hand? We will also be coming back with some of our jark on that too. This is another spot where we have to get some more of this much later object source lighting here. Right there on that. I mean, it's metal. All of this stuff is metal right here. We'll be coming back into that with our super dark stuff, and then especially on, say, the end of the lance there, we're going to have to come back in with the stuff that's actually completely white. Nah, let me take some of that down. Where's my micro blending brush? There we go. Maybe some of that right on the edge here. That might be a little bit much. No big deal. So I'm going to take the blending brush, and then it just essentially just mixes with what is already right there. Now, where's our other guy here? So look at the difference that makes, right? Now that we have that latest light there. Do the same on this guy. Here we are. All right, the lance. Light up that port too. Blending brush. Just let it mix with what's there already, right? of that down here on the, yep, there we go. Definitely gonna get a whole bunch of light on that helmet there. Oh, no problem there, Velfira. Now, Velfira, I do hope, like we've been talking about, that you're able to get this stuff in a much easier place for painting. And you can get back to it. There's one or two projects that you would like to get to, right? Just one or two. You know what? Blending brush again, right there. Hit that like right over there, right where this is shining down onto this stuff. More here. Again, trying to catch that glint. See the difference that has made here. Yeah, just 1 or 200, right? Some light projects, right? Just to kind of kick things off. That's all it would be. Trying to work in again that brightest light here on that helmet, where we've got again that lance being all glowy, and casting that blue light down here. Working again, starting off with essentially kind of a middle ground, and then eventually going more and more and more to the dark, and now the opposite way. Let me see just how much again we will require our flashlight. So it does actually reach over there. All right. Just making sure. But for this, I am gonna go backwards in time here to a. I believe it's not quite as light. Might also have to get me some thinner into that. This does have a bunch of texture on it. We also will have some definite rust on this as well. So that's where our new Terra Rosa 2.0 is very handy. Again, also works on those skin tones really well. How much on this tail? A little bit there. Now, Michael, since you've been back now for, well, not quite a week yet from Reaper, and I wasn't sure if there were any projects that now have kind of popped into your head, like, you know what, I think I might just try this for next year. Now that you're back and able to kind of assess and such, whether that is more like along the lines of maybe miniatures for the it's the MSP Open, right? I believe it is. Catch again some of the light up here. And now let's see if we can do some of that down here. We're also again going to try and get some of the rust in there too. Where's my blending brush? Here it is. Yes, I know there was one that it's going to be kind of an epic project. So I'm jumping on that early, right? Let's hit this here. I might also be sending some Song of Ice and Fire stuff there. It actually kind of makes the most sense to send Song of Ice and Fire stuff there. Because, well, with Dark Sword being there, right, and Dark Sword, well, it's their name on it, so yeah, we might just have to do that too. Yeah, Michael, well, if you start seeing Road to ReaperCon vids on the Patreon there, then you'll know how that we might actually get a chance to head on over there. I'm gonna just try and catch a little bit of that top edge with what's on the brush there. So, boy, look at the difference that makes. I'm also here. Let me just move this down a bit. Whoops, wrong way. You know what? We need to get ourselves a bit more light on this side here. So yeah, actually, Michael would hoping to be able to do is maybe at Adepticon. Is maybe run across Reaper Dave again, whatever, so that we can maybe actually try to do some logistic things there, and that would also give me some time to maybe already get a head start on, maybe getting some stuff that would just go down to Reaper and stay there. So again, things like the light, the cameras, some of the display things or whatever, and some of the miniatures, so that I don't have to take them down there. And we would have our usual kind of favorite things, right, that to kind of show off all the different aspects of the oils. Obviously, we'd have a batch of paints down there to work with, so I don't have to haul that down either. Okay, now it's time to, I think, start getting some of the rust in here. Right, look at this. So again, that's there's your side with the lighting. That side not so much, right? Because he's kind of casting a shadow on that. Either Michael, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go ahead. I do want to check this though. Look at there. Look at that. We need to get some of our blue over there too. We can do that. We can do that here. So great to see you there, Michael. If there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, please go ahead. I would imagine that class stuff pretty much occupies all time there. You haven't had a chance really to do too much on the painting side of things. Now here, we're just, since I see there's a lot of the blue light in there, we're going to throw a little bit more of our glaze in there. So again, that was just a little extra hit of that glaze. Maybe a little extra of the greenish stuff there. Must have dark to show the light anyway, so. Yeah, Horns fan, it's funny, they were trying to persuade you that there were. Basically trying to say, well, Oregon did so badly in their first game, you just have to watch them in their next game. More like, well, yeah, they got to play Ohio State in October, mid-October. It's like, well, that's mid-October. That's not now. Actually, Owens fan, that was kind of the big joke of all the stories, was that, well, that was, that Iowa almost doubled the offensive output there of Oregon playing an FCS school there, and they were saying, well, if Iowa is going to score 4 times the amount of points they scored all season last year in one game. All right, now we've got ourselves a bit of a inline washy thing here with our rust, and away we go. Here we go. There's some of our rust now. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Arda Michael shared. Arda Michael, I hope that was at least not super frustrating. Again, we're gonna just drop in a little bit of our rusty stuff there. All we're doing is just touching the brush to it. That's all we're doing. Hashtag no layers. This is why by this time tomorrow night, these guys may not be 100% dry, but they will be. You'll be able to handle them. So good night there, Mini Marvels. I hope that you're able to see a little bit of stuff here that kind of reinforces what we were doing on some of the other ones, and maybe getting a chance to see it from the get-go. So yeah, hopefully that makes a difference for you. And of course, thanks for being here, Mini Marvels. And well, hopefully we see you on the Saturday stream. We still have ourselves 37 minutes of a Friday here. I thought I'd already gotten some of... Oh, gee whiz, we didn't get any of the rest down here. Alright. That's okay. Here we are. The side two. Maybe a little more thinner as well. And the layers... There's capillary action for you. Holy smokes. I really was not messing around when I said that the capillary action of the oils is going to be orders of magnitude higher than any kind of acrylic stuff. It's just the nature of the beast. Look at that. I mean, it flows up. I touch it here, it's actually flowing up and over. That just does not happen with any acrylic paint because, well, it's water. That's fantastic, Mini Marbles. So have yourself a great night's sleep. We are definitely going to have sleep to get caught up on tonight because there weren't much sleep last night. Yeah, not only not getting to sleep until 7:20 or so, but it was a very early wake-up call after that. One thing you can see, right, the shiny almost all gone. And also, let's take a look. Okay, so 1 hour and 2 minutes ago, where's the other one? These two cavalry miniatures, as in cavalry, had no paint on them. Nothing. Not saying, I'm just saying. No paint on these guys. And now 1 hour, 1 hour and 3 minutes later. So, yes, we failed to calculate in those other 3 minutes. That completely changes everything. But yes, indeed, essentially an hour to get where we are here. From nothing to this. Just touching it here and there, and then again it spreads out to either side. Just imagine having to go in and just layer by layer paint all that stuff in. Now, let me see. So Arda Michael needs some volunteer panelists to join. So Arda Michael, if you can, hopefully you can find somebody out there who can join you as a panelist. And about a wide range of art topics there. Hopefully you get to do that there, Arda Michael. Did I? Oh, nope, never did get anything over there. So, away we go here. Probably because I was thinking the blue was going to really be overtaking that. Now Bambi is printing out that top half of that building. Remember we printed the bottom half? What's interesting is that it still actually needed to be at least about 10% bigger. Now, I could have cut it up into more pieces and printed it in even more pieces, but at this point with that kind of terrain, it's more just for, say, the background and for, oh gosh, basically line of sight blocking type terrain pieces. I mean, fortunately, I have other Easterling buildings that have interiors and such. Set you aside, come back to this one, and now we're going to start working on some of the later greens, because, of course, Tara, nice to see you again. So, Tara, if you want to share anything in the chat there, like always, right? Like always, you want to share some of your stuff in the chat, go ahead and do that. Give me some of that floral green in here, a little more. And this is kind of that nurgly green right here. That's again got that more of that warmth to it. Plus some fuzz. We're going to try and get that off the end of the brush. Yeah, Tara, sorry that we didn't. I was hoping to be working on some Shatterpoint fakes tonight, but that just. I was baking Sculpey and a bunch of other things, so there was no time for that. I didn't even have a chance. I don't even know where they are. I still got to get bases on them. At least I found all the hoodoo rocks that they're going to get based with. There is that. Yeah, we're going to keep going with this. And, of course, this is nowhere near our latest green either. Not our latest green. Blending brush, where'd you go? See, we can even let that mix in with some of our rust there. Well, Tira, it won't be My Little Pony. However, we're trying to figure out the best way to maybe create some kind of, say, Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Actually, I might just type that in on Amazon and see what comes up. Who knows? That there literally might be some kind of gummy bear type thing that is Lord of the Rings style, and then obviously in late October we would maybe try to paint something like that. So if anybody again knows of, for whatever reason, there just happens to be Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears or something along this line. It doesn't have to be a gummy bear, but something vaguely gummy related, but in Lord of the Rings theme. You know what? I should look. Oh, this is the other thing I should look for is Lord of the Rings cookie cutters. Instead of me printing them out, there might already be some. Yeah, there might already be some Lord of the Rings cookie cutters. Because again, we're gonna. Well, it won't be. I guess the cool spell not gonna be as long as I thought it was, but still, gotta at least try. So yes, we would like to obviously when with Kathy's birthday coming up, we want to try to somehow incorporate the gummy bear aspect into a stream. Oh, I don't think I. Nope, that's my blending brush. Give me this here. There we go. That's more like it. There we are. So thank you so much. Hey, Grand Oracle, how the heck are you doing? So Grand Oracle, I know it's been a crazy couple of weeks for you there. hope there's a crazy couple of weeks that maybe it's not so crazy anymore. No problem. Grand Oracle, yeah, it was of all things, Grand Oracle. It was a level 13 hype train. Yeah, we smashed the old record, smashed it good. Now, Tira, did you find those just a simple little Amazon search there? I mean, that's what I'm gonna do. Uh, now, now, do we ask Valfera, and Valfera's gonna be like, okay, no more reminders. You've reached your limit of reminder messages. But yeah, if uh, if you could shoot me a look for Lord of the Rings cookie cutters. Boy, Grand Oracle. Actually, Grand Oracle, how this is kind of going in the way back machine, but the leg injury from gosh, not even last year, really from the year before last, is I'm just guessing that all of that is a kind of a fully recovered from now. I know it was kind of a well, it'll take a while to gather up the strength in it and the normal motion, range of motion, what would you say, durability, that kind of thing. So hopefully that over the course of the last years plus has played out well. So Michael, it's kind of funny you should mention that because we did get some Star Wars and Halloween themed candy molds, right? Where you take was that the confectioner's chocolate, you melt it and you stick it in there, and you could make things like not popsicles, but those kind of like you put a little popsicle stick in there or whatever, and potentially to make Halloween candy and such. So the Etsy thing, okay. So well, if it's gonna be on Etsy, right, then you better I'll have to get on that soon because well, it'll take a little bit longer to get here. Now, of course, I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking 3D printing, right? Because getting 3D pieces of terrain, it takes a while for that to show up sometimes. So again, there's that warmer green there. We got to do the rest of it in cooler green. Now let's get to our other one here. So yeah, Grand Oracle. Sorry that might get crazy. Well, obviously more swim stuff, and as it gets to be in the fall, probably more and more scouting stuff, I guess. Yeah, you know what? We are going to get some of our rust down here. Hey, Otto. Nice to see you again. Everybody, please give Otto 40K a follow. Great to see you again. Welcome back. And of course, Otto, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. I hope that you're doing great. I know you just finished your stream, but you got a Discord or Insta like usual, right? You want to post any of that in chat, please go ahead and do so. We're we're kind of finishing up the we had 19 Morgul Knights, and we're painting the last three. We've done all the other ones on stream and in our tutorial vids. These are from let's see, printing goes ever on. So Otto, I know it'll be a huge surprise that we're working in oil paints. Also, that 1 hour 13 minutes ago, these two guys had no paint on them. So yeah, they basically that's what they looked like right there. No source lighting, no rust. Now we're getting into our lighter greens, and the whole idea is to do this basically glowing blue Morgul blades, and then the rust, right? And then kind of that sickly greenish light. You can see the references down in the corners there. Also, here's a AI generated. We did like a dozen of these. So again, if you're looking for army color schemes, right, we've done it plenty of times. Look, we did that on these werewolves here, right? And I'll show you the finished one. Well, we did 3 of them here. So there you go. So that, and again, we typed in Conquest Werwargs with brown skin, brown fur, Nordic tattoos, and snow bases. That it came up with again about 8 or 9, no, 8 or 12 images. Forget how many, and then we went and rolled with that, and it worked out very, very well. We did the same thing with our Arnor army, same thing with our elves. Thanks, Moth and Wolf. Appreciate that. So these are all 100% oil start to finish. We'll show you the big 3 brands here, which now lately has kind of expanded to 4. Here's our big 3: Gamlin, Windsor Newton, Williamsburg. These 2 guys right here. I mean, when it comes to quality and price, they're basically the same. And good solid stuff. Love these. This will cost you more, but it's just more heavily pigmented. It is a higher quality, so worth the price. Now we have been adding more of these. This brand right here, this is pretty much the same as the Windsor Newton slash Gamlin as far as price and quality. Basically along the same lines right there. And of course, Atto, I think you've seen. We have been painting a whole bunch of these 1/1800 scale ships. Where's our South Dakota here? So yeah, that's our Essex class. We did South Dakota. We even did the Montana class. We've also done our Barbershop Navy. That would be the Regia Marina here. I think we've done at least 4 Italian ships, maybe 5. Definitely 4, no doubt about that. Hey there, Ryan. Boy, Ryan, that's a fantastic entrance. Because if you could please post your all your oil painted stuff, it'd be great for people to see that. Yes, Ryan, please go ahead and do that. Yeah, so Ryan, I'll have to shoot you a message with. There was more craziness about the painting contest. There was, I thought it was resolved yesterday, and then there's more back and forth, and now it's not resolved anymore. So that is why I wasn't able to shoot you any messages today, is because it was all about that ridiculousness again. Because it's only been 6 months. Everybody, please check out that Insta link there that Ryan just shared. So some fabulous oil painted stuff. So Otto, once you start kind of getting a feel for the oil paints, then you can start going for more the regular artist oils. Uh, and of course, start off with some of the less expensive ones: Terra Rosa, Indigo, Van Dyke Brown, Phthalo Green, Prussian Blue. So yeah, so kind of just start out with those less expensive ones, and then kind of do what we did here. You say, all right, you know what? I think this particular thing would really help with this project, right? So can everybody please be like Otto40K and check out Ryan's amazing oil painted miniatures, all oil paints. And Ryan, of course, wouldn't you say? I think, and of course that's not even factoring in the darker primer improvement in the efficiency, right? Wouldn't you say 3 times faster than what you would normally have been able to do with the acrylics there? So ham and cheese, I hope that you can start doing some painting again. I really hope you can, because, well, and hopefully you find something fun, right? Just something that's fun. Maybe something simple, right? Don't make it too difficult right out of the gate, since it's been a little while. So again, everybody, please be like My Coned Minis and check out that fabulous stuff that Ryan just posted there. Now, of course, we do have on the Instagrams, we actually have a whole bunch of pictures and a video of the Easterling buildings that we've been painting here on stream. Yeah, so basically double the speed and double the results as far as the appearance goes. So again, it is all very much possible. And Ryan, I mean, really, It didn't even take that long, right, to just kind of, okay, here we get the hang of that. And of course, the darker primer, right, that has really been fantastic for, well, even more time saving. So yeah, ham and cheese, definitely get back into it again. It's, well, we were just talking earlier before the raid that this is essentially a golden age of miniatures right now. You know, not just the, what would you say, the variety of miniatures that are available, but also these 3D printed basing bits. Now, the miniatures themselves 3D printed, but again, all of these basing bits there, those are all 3D printed. All right, well, Valfair. Oh, hey, Valfair. Before you head out the door there, you know what we need to do? We need to do a little film noir here. All of a sudden, again, that shield, not a whole lot going on. I wish I actually had one of the other ones here, but we'll roll with this one. So again, yeah, there's some shading there, right? There is some shading, but look at the difference here in just the color contrast. Look at that. So that rust, yeah, that plays into the contrast area. It's not really a value. It's not a value difference. It's a color slash temperature difference. Great minds think alike there, Valfira. Yeah, I'm looking up. I'm like, wait a minute, we just did one, but I think that was pretty much simultaneous. So thanks for being here, Valfira. Thanks for doing the messages. Appreciate that. Tomorrow is going to be a very, very, very busy day again. Lots to do here. Lots and lots to do. So again, this is our warmer green that we're getting in here. Yeah, I forgot that other shield, the one that we've been using. I gotta find that one again, because man, that one really does show it. Again, here we're doing some of our. That is the warmer green here. Now here's another thing, right? Hashtag no layers. Blending brush here. So I take this, and look, we're just gonna basically yank that paint here and start moving it all around. Look at this. Look at that, right? So much easier. And again, Otto, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, give Otto 40K a follow. Now we want to get into the cooler greens there too. So we're only going to do so much with this warmer stuff. Again, blending brush at the ready here. So you see, we just slap that on there. We take this brush. We start pushing that around. See how we didn't have to just kind of go gradually one layer lighter than another? Nah, I don't have to do that. We don't have to do it that way, because this here is oils and all this is wet. And all of this, if it's not completely dry by this time tomorrow night, it'll be close. It'll be getting there. And that is because what you just saw there, right? Absolute minimal amounts of paint. So far on this thing, we basically did a little bit of a dry brush. Then we did a pin line wash. And even now, yes, we're doing, we'll just say more standard applications, kind of. But we're doing, as we like to call it, the old plop and push. We're just plopping this paint on there, grabbing another brush that has no paint, and then we push it around. And again, that's why these two figures, 1 hour and 24 minutes ago, had Zippo paint on them. Absolutely none. Yeah, Ryan, I'm going to try and take some pictures of the color charts tomorrow. And again, I'm just going to try and do them and Okay, here's everything that pertains to red, all the charts that pertain to blue. There will be some miscellaneous ones. There might be, say, like the one that we did, a very special chart that we did for all the different skin tones. So I think they'll just kind of fall under maybe some specialty charts or something like that. Wow, look at how much, and that is not the latest light either. That is not our latest light, but back to the blending brush here. Back to that blending brush. Might even hit this a little more too. Like so, you know what? I'm actually going to also do that. A little more right there. I mean, even there, it's kind of just blending on its own. We're just using synthetic brushes and craft brushes. I mean, these are the Princeton's, a couple of Filberts, and then this right here, a Princeton short liner brush. All synthetic, all the time. That's going to look super light right there. Remember we were talking about we had only, say, like a value 3-ish out there? Yeah, this may not even be a value 3. This might be a value 4. It looks so light only because we were super efficient at creating and generating those darks. And that's what all of that glaze stuff was that we did. Okay, trying to get in some of that. Again, just work in that dark, but if you'd seen this, I don't know, 40 minutes ago, this all was super, super wet. I mean, it just looked like it had just fallen into a vat of water or something. Doesn't quite look like that anymore. Now we're going to go the opposite way here. We're going to go a much cooler green. And this is then what starts to contrast. And again, still got to get a little bit of that floral in there. This is what starts to contrast with the rust, especially this this cooler green here. Some of that down here. Even on some of the skulls, blending brush here. So see what we did there? We just plopped that paint on there and then we push that around. So yeah, Otto, I think you've heard me talk about those color charts before. Right here, let me show you those. We do tons and tons of these. I was just actually referencing these because this will tell you, let me get the other one because that even shows it more here. Tale of Two Blues. Okay, yeah, one's dark, one's light. You can see how that's kind of a weaker color. You can see how potent that color is. It's almost wiping out the test color there, or the control color, the white. You can see this is very flat. You can see this has a little bit of a shine to it. Super opaque, not opaque. So in addition to, okay, this is more of a reddish blue. This is more of a cerulean blue. One's lighter, one's darker. You can just learn how they handle thick paint, thinner paint, translucent, opaque. So that is something you can learn just by doing those. And what's to say you don't just take a Space Marine and, well, maybe just do a value study like this. One light color, one dark color. Where's our... no, that's not them. But you could, I think we did, something like a Black Templar or whatever, and you could just do a value study of it before you start to think about, oh, okay, gee whiz, how do I deal with all these colors? Yeah, and maybe before you have to deal with a bunch of colors, maybe just kind of work with the medium first, right? Why make things harder? Again, taking the blending brush there. And of course, we don't think about the oils as super slow drying acrylics, because otherwise they'll be super slow drying acrylics. We really don't want that. We don't want that. Also, thin sticks too thick, and vice versa. So you have a paint like here. This has got a little more thinner in it because what's already on here is definitely a thicker paint. Also, best to be working on multiple figures at once, because what that does is that gives that paint a chance to what we call set. So again, think of it like you've either mixed up some dough, or you've got your you just made a pot or something like that. You are not going to just chuck that into a kiln or an oven, right? You are going to let that prove first, and that's what you want to do here. Thank you so much, Vermilion. Appreciate that, and of course, so does Gandalf. Like, so again, exactly. Why do you guys have blue glowing swords? It's like, huh? Why us? Why you? That's supposed to be a sword of flame. It's like, yeah, it really doesn't make sense, right? But you know what? I heard that the hotter things burn, the bluer it is. It's like, yeah, 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 that's it. It's just a super hot sword. Thank you so much. I don't think we had any Gandalf 6s last night. It was a collection of 3s and 4s. Not, well, again, those are not bad rolls. Again, whenever Gandalf mentions pipeweed, though, sometimes we see that. So thank you so much for the follow, Vermilion. Appreciate that. Of course, Gandalf loves all of his little hobbitses. Still, I'm not sure if those Hobbit terrain pieces are going to fit on the screen here. We have a way to hang on to them now, but I just don't know if this is going to be big enough to put those on. I'll bring them up just to see, out of curiosity. Something tells me they might be just a smidge too large. But boy, it'd be really fun to get some paint on those. If not, I know I can get them on the machines where I'm doing the videos. So there will be some kind of footage of them. It might not be live. So again, there's that cooler green here. Just because. So Sectorix, it's the well, actually that with the if the bar was a little bit longer, that would be probably one of the things. But it's more just the filming slash streaming area. There is a finite space, and yeah, we can only go so big on the streaming area. The filming areas are different because we're not restricted by necessarily having to have all the monitors around to be looking at chat and everything else. Oh, thanks, Otto. Appreciate that. And Otto, of course, as always, you can check out the previous episodes here, right? They're all saved as highlights. So it's kind of like a YouTube channel. So what Sector X is talking about is the paint handle here. This is from Battlecraft Supplies. This is one of the big ones. Now you can detach it here, put a different rig up there. You can open this up. We got all kinds of weights in there. Now here's one of the small ones. And again, there's all kinds. There's a finger rest. Check out Battlecraft Supplies on Etsy. And there's again, you'll see all the different options there. And of course, oh yeah, yeah, don't forget the coupon code there, because A, you will save yourself some money, and B, once that coupon code is recognized, you might get yourself a few little extra treats there in the box too. So go ahead and do that to get some extra goodies. More of this cooler green right here. Also over there. And of course, we have not gotten into the lighter greens. We still have the lighter rust yet to do. So lots of other things that are going to be happening here. And again, both of these guys were like this 1 hour 34 minutes ago. So again, these are 3D printed paint handles. The STLs not available for purchase, but the holders are. So you'll get those again from Battlecraft Supplies Etsy page. Cooler green on the shield over here. So yeah, things like oh gosh, the those boats. That's only just half of the boat. We're literally doing the front half of the boat and the stern half in two separate things, two separate pieces, and that is going to push this filming area slash streaming area to the limit. Yeah, let me keep going with this lighter slash cooler green here, blending brush there. So you can see we have a kind of a whole different array of these greens here, some warmer, some cooler. None of them are lightest light either. You know what? I guess was it really gonna do the cooler green this close to where the source lighting is? Because I keep thinking like, well, if it's too much of a cooler green, it'll just kind of blend in with the blue. We will not have that bit of temperature contrast there. So great to see you there again, Sectorix. Appreciate you being here. So Sectorix, we actually had a level 13 hype train last night. We appreciate all the folks that participated in that. There was lots of bitses and cheering, right, Sarge? Sarge was part of that bitskrieg there. It got pretty crazy, didn't it, Sarge? Thank you so much, Sarge. Appreciate you being here. Happy Friday. Well, for 1 minute, probably less. Yep, Sarge, we have less than a minute of a happy Friday before it becomes a happy Saturday. And of course, Sarge, you want to share anything in the chat, the tiger and such. And of course, I know, like we were talking about the last night there. If you were thinking of, because I know you have some more of the, what would you call it? Basically, that static grass mat. I mean, it's way more than just that, right? It's well beyond a static grass mat, just simply that. But I think you have. Do you have two more of those, Sarge? And I know, like you said, since they're made by hand, each one is different. So again, we see we have the warmer green, we have the cooler green, we have all different kinds of colors going on here. And then we're going to get the lighter rust tone in here soon enough. Fine, I'll work in this lighter stuff here. And then when we put in the rust there, holy smokes, there will be so much more contrast here. And then we'll do a film noir on it. And wow, all of that is going to go away. That will all just go away. A little more of a cooler, yeah, something like that. Here. Yeah, let's get some more of this down on our little skelly friends down here. So for the most part, those are the Green Stuff World texture plate version there. We did add some of the Make It Epic basing skulls on there. Now we're going to try and lighten up this cooler green a bit more. Let me see, what are we at here? 1 hour 38 minutes. And again, where is he at? We'll also hit this guy because this is, I do believe, that is the last of the Minas Morgul figures that are fully prepped and based and everything. So I think I have a few more, maybe 3 more that I could kind of complete the assembly process. They're 3D printed from Kurzlik. Actually, there's probably a couple of more of the printing goes ever on. It's almost tempted to actually print out another batch of these too. Yeah, and that's some of our cooler green here. Should we get some up there? Yeah. So Sector X, I hope that today was a good one. It was a bit of a crazy day here again, trying to get some things figured out. There's lots of back and forth. But I was also baking some Sculpey clay, making some more texture sheets. And again, this was one of the ones we made. This is going to be part of our Skaven basing right there. So essentially just some street stuff there. I did a Greek mosaic tile roller for some conquest stuff. That's good there, Sector X. Glad that's decent enough for you there. More of our get some of our cooler green out there. Yeah, look at all those different greens going on here. Lots of different greens. You know what? I think I'll do a little bit on there too. All right, there, a little bit more right there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Grimdark Artisan. Appreciate that. Aha. So, I hear that you died. It's like you really had to bring that up. That's a bit of a sore spot, you know. It's like, sorry about that. But I mean, at least you got some fabulous stuff, right? He's like, well, you mean the white cloak? That doesn't sound so fabulous. Yeah, really doesn't to me either. What else did you give it? Well, I got the stick. Look at this new stick. It's like not so fabulous either. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We keep talking like that, we're gonna have a grumpy Gandalf. Let's see what happens on this 6 right here. It continues with the 3s and 4s, so a good, solid middle of the road there. So Grimdark, actually, well, that's food sounds good. It's making me hungry, actually. It's actually making me a little bit on the hungry side there. But I can imagine the dog's like, well, there must be something there. You were eating something. There's got to be some kind of food on you somewhere. Yeah, a little touch of our lighter green on some of the little skellies down here. Then we'll try and again get back to some of that warmer green too. Yeah, let's just move to the other one here. That's before we get too involved with just that one. There we go. I'm just gonna hit that a little harder with some of the lighter, cooler green. Now we'll do that up here. Yeah, fine. Here, let's lighten this up a little more. And then I do think we can get in here with our lightest rust color now. Yeah, looks like we can. It looks like we can. Same thing with a little bit more of our lighter green up in there. And there's a lot of texture to the armor here. It's kind of very pitted. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Don't want to go too late with that green because then it will just look like the blue. We don't want that. Lighter rust should be very interesting on this too. Just like all of our other ones. It really does provide that extra bit of contrast. Sorry about that, Sarge. Yeah, a little bit more of our lighter stuff right there. So I know what we were gonna want to post your tiger work in progress there. And of course, yeah, I think there was at least 3 sheets of that you ended up getting. It looked really, it looked really, really good, right, Serge? I mean, not exactly cheap, right, and inexpensive, but it was really nifty stuff. Well, that looked fantastic. Yeah, Sarge, I'm not
Hello, little
surprised there.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Antonio. Appreciate that. You shall not pass, right? It's like, well, you can pass over there if you want to go across that bridge. It's like that's not really good for doing on a horse. It's like, yeah, but if you can get to the other side, it really won't matter because there's a Balrog there. Yeah, yeah, I can see him over there. Where did he go? Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, Shintono. What's going to happen on this 6 here? Okay, wow. 4s and 3s. Again, that may not be the best casting values, but again, he mentions the pipeweed. Boom, he ends up with that. So he has not mentioned the halfling leaf. And thank you so much for the follow. Yes, if he avoids the halfling leaf, he avoids the dreaded ones. He will do the same now over here on the. Yeah, that's a 3D printed basing bit here. This is from Zabavka. All the skellies and such, those are from Make It Epic Basing. Yeah, Sarge, I'm really glad that you were able to get another one of those. I mean, it's not like they would never have them again, but I'm kind of glad you're able to pick them up when you could. Because just having them in hand, you can kind of make some plans with them. It's really hard to do that when you're just like, well, okay, I think this will be, like the ones I already have, like I've used before. So yeah, so let's see how that changes a little bit now. We are going to do some. There we are, some more light here on that trim of the armor. So these are from Printing Goes Ever On. Most of the other ones, those are from Kurzlik Miniatures. Painting these with oils, 100% start to finish oil paints. Hey there, Penguin. Nice to see ya. Oh, it's been a little while there, Penguin Shark. How are you doing? Thanks so much for stopping by. So, Penguin Shark, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I hope that everything is, going at least as well as possible. Now, I guess we're going to see if we can hit some super, super light yellowish green here. Now, we've been doing a lot of the lighter, more bluish green. Let me try this warmer green here. So, yep, Sarge is, from the beginning, right, Sarge? From the very beginning. Sarge has been super, super, super kind, and Sarge again was part of the big Blitzkrieg last night that led to that level 13 hype train. And a whole bunch of other folks were too, so we really appreciate that. Well, Penguin Shark, actually, Penguin Shark, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So, yeah, well, hopefully everything went really well at Nova Open. I know there was all kinds of conventions going on: ReaperCon, Nova Open, DragonCon. So everybody, check out that link there for the mats. So these are really, really nifty. I mean, obviously, we're using them for historical things, but No reason you couldn't also do a fantasy setting on there. It could even be interesting. Maybe you have a bunch of, Rohan, Knights of Rohan or something like that, going across the Rittermark there. I'm sure that you had a blast with Kaha out there and everything. And again, I hope that Gary and everybody's doing really, really well. Trying to hit that too. And now here's that we're gonna try and really bring in something light here on this shield down the middle here. That's better. Poof, there you are. And again, we're going to take our blending brush here. Where you at? So penguin shark. Again, everyone please check out the link that Penguin Shark just posted there. So if you want to check out some really cool painting seminars in Austin, Texas, you can join Penguin Shark there. Now, you know what? I'm going to back this away here. We're going to get some of our, this is a much more neutral gray, but it still has a little bit of a greenish tint to it. There we go. I'm going to lighten this up a little. Also in here. So keep in mind, what is it, 1 hour 51 minutes ago, these guys right here, well, they had no paint on them at all. None, zippo, nada, zilch. Absolutely none. Now this should be a bit of a lighter, yeah, that's got a little bit of a lighter gray to it now. Maybe we will just go along that side of that, and even here, not everything that green. Now we're going to try and get something a little bit more just regular old gray. Where'd my blending brush go? There it is. So everybody please check out the link that Penguin Shark Minis just posted. And again, some painting workshops out there in Austin, Texas. Yeah, here, let's do a little bit of this over here. I know we've got ourselves a little bit of blue glow onto that, but we need a little something else too. And I might need to get me, you know what, let me just try it here. We'll do some of the dark rust color here. So that is the asphaltum comboed with our new fabulous Terra Rosa. That is the Venetian red. So again, just gonna plop that on there, do whatever's, and yeah, there we go. Taking this, mix it with that. Well, now it's very much a grayish green here. That little teensy blending brush hide. There you are. So see, we got the little plop there. We're going to take that, look at this. We push that around. Same over here. Look at that. So again, that's why we do not have to rely on layer after layer after layer. Hashtag no layers. Wood penguin shark, that's fantastic. That is really, really cool. I'm glad you guys could do that, and really sounds like that's a lot of fun for sure. So what we've been doing a lot of middle tones, a lot of lighter colors. What we're going to do now is hightail it back over to some darker stuff. And believe it or not, yes, we are using our alternate indigo here. That would be the Williamsburg Payne's Gray. And keep in mind, that's emphasis on Williamsburg Payne's Gray. Not Windsor Newton or even Gamlin, because those would not be anywhere near as dark and strong as this. The Williamsburg Payne's Gray. Wow, that is a very stout color. Normally Payne's Gray not very stout. Nice to see you there, Blues Minis. Now, happy Saturday now. So yes, now we're officially in happy Saturday mode. So happy Saturday to Blues Minis. I hope that your Friday was a good one. And here's hoping that you're going to have a super fantastic weekend as we now start to go through here and add more of these dark. We're not dark lining or anything like that. We are actually doing shapes in here. Primary reason we're doing this is actually to sharpen up some edges. Like right along there. Also over here. And then we'll be coming back with the latest rust colors. That's pretty soon. Blues Mini's glad that your Friday has been a good one. And he's hoping again that the weekend's a really nice one for everybody. You know what? We'll darken that down too. Here's hoping everybody gets a chance maybe to play some games, paint some miniatures, or both. I'm gonna hit that. Yeah, let's hit that with some dark there. And then we will come in with the lightest of the light on here because we, believe it or not, still have not done the lightest light yet. But when in doubt, make things darker. And again, this is not black. This is our faux indigo. This is the Payne's Gray because it has a little bit of color to it. Whereas black, well, A, doesn't have any color to it, and because it doesn't, things tend to look kind of on the flat side or whatever. They're not terribly interesting when you just use black. They're also not that dark. Generally, the cooler colors will end up, they'll appear darker. They may not actually be darker, but to the eye, they're going to look darker because, well, they're a cooler color. So it sinks more to the background, which sort of creates the impression that it's darker without actually being darker. Trying to maybe work in a couple of these cracks here. So this 3D printed archway column here, that is from Zabavka. On the Patreon page, we have a tutorial video that shows how these were all done with the basing, and there was also I think it's this one, yeah, right here. This was our color test video, so this is what kind of decided the color scheme for this whole army was this, and obviously using the AI references too. So nope, I'm gonna try and get some more of our really dark things over here. Also on that helmet, the vision slit there. Then we're setting this up also too so we can get to our latest rust color. And again, we have one more guy here. We will do the same, again, the dry brush thing and everything else on him as we did on these guys. Here we are, right there. And then, of course, the later rust color is going to come in, but this should make a couple of nice sharp edges out of this. We'll probably come back, yeah, with our super lightest light on this. We still haven't done that yet. There is the little, yeah, we're gonna get that in there too. Now here, there's a whole bunch of sections to that armor. I'm also even I'm gonna say, you know what? We're gonna do a pinline washi thing right there again, because we're not looking for just lines, right? We want shapes out of this too. Sure, we'll darken this side a little more. We lighten this, or darken this down too, and then we hit this. Yeah, let me try the dark on that hoof there. I think we're pretty good on the tail. Try to work a little more dark down in there. And that's mostly the Payne's Gray. There's a little bit of Van Dyke Brown in there, I believe. What's going on with these down here? Rather, well, let's see. We're making it darker on this side for now. Also, another little shadow under there, because it's in shadow. Now, I think before we do the let's get the rust on here. That would be our later rust, which is at this point is pretty much going to be that straight up Venetian red, as opposed to the again, Terra Rosa is very, very, very similar. Been looking a long time for something that, for all intents and purposes, is a Terra Rosa substitute. I mean, I really love Terra Rosa, and it makes a fantastic skin color too. But not everybody can get that. And the Mars Red, wow, those are really nice. The Mars Red, they're not quite the same. Okay, before we get any of that lighter green stuff in there, I'm trying to just do the lighter rust color here. I might even throw a little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep there. Some of that down here. And it's a way to get a little bit of, reflected light, but without actually really making it lighter. Because what we end up with, of course, is that color contrast between these warmer / cooler grains, and then like we have here again, that's that little bit of orange there. When we do a film noir on that, it may not look like there's anything there, and that's kind of a fun circumstance there where you go, I can't even see, there's no shading there anymore. Well, there is shading there. It's just the contrast is different. So instead of just relying on light or dark, that's where we brought in again this idea of, we have this warmer, more orange color versus all these cooler colors here and the source lighting. We never really did get any light rust up in here, did we? Same over here. Try for some on this side here. Yeah, work in a little more of our slightly lighter rust color there. Also kind of going with the stippling technique there, just or whatever, so that it's not super smoothly applied. We're also going to maybe need a little bit of that here. See that now? That's a color difference with the blue. That's it's no difference value-wise. The value basically exactly the same. All the difference comes in with the color itself. The warmer orangey brown versus that cooler blue. Nah. Let me get the blending brush here and get rid of that. Okay. That's better. Something in there just to mix up that green a little, and then here too on this, like we need a. That is a much later rust color there. Oh yeah. On that edge of the boarding there, we need to do that too. Put some of this up here. So that really does help make that stand out. And I'll show you this. Again, this is one of our AI references there. So you can see all the rust and everything on the armor. We also have to get to that some of our greenish glow on the horsey's eyes too. But now I'm going to go back to that really light yellow stuff that we were doing. Now that I have the lighter rust on there, got me a bit more of a reference. Right, because the latest rust, I wanted to make sure that was not going to compete with the latest edges on our metals and such. More that down here too, yep. Let me get some of that on the shield here. The ambient light does need to take over here a little bit. It can't all just be the glow on the other side here from the lance. Touch more light on the edges of those. Let me see. I don't think I want this. Not on those. Not on the cooler colored skelly friends. Let's get these down here. So we're doing that. Blending brush. So we just literally just plop that lighter color in there. We will now scumble and push that around the skull here. Same on this one. And that's all I need to do. What do we got here? Yeah. And more of that over here. You can even take that paint and basically bring it around other areas here. What are we doing on this bit of the horse's armor? That didn't quite go where we wanted. No problem. That's what the blending brush is for. There's a wee bit of thinner on there. We have to make sure that brush is dry enough. Same little blending brush again. Where are you hiding? So see, instead of a whole bunch of layers on that piece of armor, nope. Well, basically one layer. Same over here. So I popped that lighter stuff on there. We are going to take that and we are going to push that around. That whole panel now is the value that it needs to be with the blending in place. Yeah, let's get some more of this lighter green out here. This is the much warmer green because if I do the cooler green, this light is just going to look like the blue light here. Because again, that's a color temperature difference. Saturation, another really crucial form of contrast. There's even edge contrast, right? Because, well, something is metal or stone or whatever. You kind of want some sharply defined edges, not like on, say, if it was skin or cloth or whatever. Well, okay, not relatively undefined edges, that's not so bad on folded cloth or skin or whatever. Not so much for rocks and glass and metal or things that are a hard surface. Now down there I could maybe get away with some of the cooler greens because that's so far away from where the source lighting is. You usually want an opposite color temperature from whatever your light source is. So obviously we have a cooler blue. You want something warmer. Now we've got warm light source there. Everything else you want to be cooler, right? Cooler colors. That's gonna just sort of give you that contrast almost automatically. That probably could get a little bit of light on it too. Nope, nope, that is too dingy to use for our little dot highlight for the latest part of the eye. Again, we're just kind of doing the glowing green eyes on the horsies and on the knights themselves. Back to some of this green here. Again, caress the brush, don't crush the brush. Look how far away my hands are from that handle. Seriously, they're almost closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush. Are we gonna? Yeah, let's get the lighter side of some of these sections here. Probably need to catch a little more light over there too. These little skillies, I still think they should actually get some light on them. They're not underneath the knight, so they don't need to have a basically a cast shadow on them. So thank you so much, Armor Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. We just filmed our latest tutorial. That will go up on the Patreon page in a couple days here. And same thing, oil paint on here. That was really, really interesting one to do. It was basically a two-part episode. We also did some color charts on that. I was just talking about those about 40 minutes ago or so, the value of doing those color charts. Well, that episode, as always, proved the value of doing the color charts. We somehow need to get a little bit something lighter right on there. And now over here, I'm going to try some of the black mix with that greenish color here to do something that's not necessarily the rust color. You know what? Okay, we're gonna mix some of the, I guess, the radiant blue in with that. Oof, way too much thinner. We're going to get rid of some of that. Got that side. What about over here? Right along the edge of that now. Looking to take that and push that up here for some. Yeah, there's some reflected light there now. Boy, this may be. You know what? That's what we got to do with this here. Let me get the Prussian blue here, perhaps, because that really should be darker. Even have some of the. That's a little bit of that Payne's gray. Mix it with the indigo, darkens that down. This neutral gray, I'm going to try and make it a little bit lighter with a little hint of the green. On the edge of that. Now, that really should be the darker side of things, so we're going to maybe affect a reversal here. And then maybe the dark will be on that side. Let me see if we can do. Yeah, let me get a little bit of that on the skulls down here. That needs a little something more. All these three guys here. So, like we said, definitely not just plopping this stuff on like it were acrylics. Don't want to do that. Now, I might do in a minute or two here is I might go refresh the medicine because we are running low on the medicine. Maybe I grab myself a cough drop or two just for the voice, to keep the voice going. And what I might also do when we get back is at least hit this with the dry brush stuff and then throw the glaze stuff on there. We can go back to these. And while that we're waiting for that stuff to set, we can maybe do a little bit more on these, especially maybe some of the lightest rust, as in lightest rust. Carry that further a little bit down. There we go. A little touch more right there again with the teensy bit of glow that maybe comes through over on that side. I have to look. I might need to get some fresh fast matte white out here for the. No, that'll work. Just gonna let that get broken down by the thinner there. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so again, we're gonna step away for just a second, get that medicine going there, and we're just gonna hit this with some of the lighter dry brush stuff, then the glaze, and then we'll go back to our two horsies. So don't go away. We shall return very quickly here. One second, I'm just trying to find my scene. There it is. We got our dry brushes, still with the paint on them there. And let's start doing this guy here. I mean, same deal. He's mostly going to be glowing stuff here. I think that's the one area where we're not going to have the glow over there. Same here. It's almost a 360 glow. Let's see, do we have our arrow going with the two? No, we don't have the arrow going with the two torches, but that was last time we had two of the same color light source. Sometimes here where you have the multiple light source color is a little bit easier there. Yeah, let's get the other side of that blade there. This is a little bit on the fragile side, right? So we don't want to be snapping him off of here or whatever. This is, again, from the printing goes ever on. I think that works. Where's our... Now, here it is. Some of this and a little bit of the floral blue. Boom. I mean, even that already starts to get the ball rolling, starts to set that, get that glow established, and then we'll hit it with our, again, the darker glaze stuff too. Just like we did on the horsies. We still have this. I mean, I don't even know if I need to really mix anything else in there except just do that. Pretty much just need that to be overall dark. And then we have all of our glazes already mixed. Where's our blue? There's our blue. And use this to get it at a bit of an angle there. And away we go, pin line wash style. This is exactly what we did on the horsies. Same thing. Here we go. So some of that here. Down here. And then we'll let this set. Go back to the other horsies. Like we do. Get use that thinner mix in there. Here's some. Over here too. So again, he's mostly this, gonna be this darker blue glaze stuff here. Since both of the blades have the glow going on them. You know what? Let me just get a touch of our thinner in there. Hit that here. Push that. This again. I need that to get as much of our blue out here as we can. Yeah, get this over here. Again, take the thinner, go into that, and start to push that around here. Over there. It looks all super shiny right now. Believe me, it won't take long for this to set up and look a whole lot less shiny. I need to get some of our darker stuff here out on the edge of these blades, or the ends of these blades. Okay, I'm just doing these as Morgul blades. Some of my Angmar stuff, like the shades and spirits and everything else, and the whites, those are going to definitely have a bluish glow to them. Here, let me get this green out here. Just on what's left. On the little skeletons here. Boom, there it is. I needed a decent amount of it on the brush there. So Tira, it's sometimes it kind of bounces back and forth between Imrahil and Faramir, but Prince Imrahil definitely a character that, like, also well, Baragond is a good character too. Well, yeah, Prince Imrahil is definitely a favorite. Of course, not featured in any of the movies. We have certainly done the. Actually, we have another Imrahil miniature that we'll be doing, because they have a whole bunch of new 3D printed Dol Amroth stuff. Let me see. Where's my converted Imrahil? He's around here somewheres. Where are you hiding? Oh, there's my Faramir. Yeah, it's my Faramir diorama right there. We also, I think we did do the conversion of Imrahil on the stream. I'm looking for him here. Where are you hiding, Imrahil? Somewhere around here. Well, anyways. So yeah, do we have the? That's the brush we want here. And look who's gonna be coming in here creating a ruckus. That would be Mini Ruckus. How you doing there, Mini Ruckus? Everybody, please give Mini Ruckus a follow if you could. So, Mini Ruckus, I hope that the stream was a blast. I'm sure that it was. We're working on sort of the last of our Minas Morgul figures here. So I know that you've seen some of these on earlier streams. These are, believe it or not, some of the last remaining Morgul Knights that haven't been painted yet. These are from the Printing Goes Ever On. Oh, look, just when you thought we couldn't keep making this any later, we can still go later there. I know you'd be totally shocked. Hey there, Hook, nice to see you again. So 2 hours and 32 minutes ago, these two guys, and now actually a third guy here. Yes, none of these had any paint on them at all. These were paint-free objects here just 2 hours and 32 minutes ago, using the traditional oil paints, of course, like always. So Mini Ruckus, again, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead, and everybody please give Mini Ruckus a follow. Yes, please go do that. So Mini Ruckus, again, thanks for the raid. Great to see you here. Happy Friday and all. Now Saturday, yeah, well, we're about, oh geez, we're further into Saturday than I thought. I was thinking it was only 12:30. It's almost 1. Look at that. Now here's, these also were from the Printing Goes Ever On. So this is one painted on a previous stream. Again, the idea is the glowing Morgul blades, and then everything else is sort of that sickly greenish glow. You can see the references in the corners over here. Those were a part of our AI generated thing. Basically, I started painting the terrain, and I said, you know what, I need to do a little changeola on our color scheme here because this is what it was, the old Morgul Knights here, also painted with the oil paints. So we basically did a bit of an update on the color scheme, gave them the glowing blue blades there. Hey there, MTOs, how you doing? Thank you so much, Duva. Appreciate that. I mean, we do an awful lot of glowing here. Lots of things have glow on them. All of our shatter point stuff also has lots of glow. Where's that reddish glow? MTOs, if you want to post some of your latest stuff there in the chat, please go ahead and do that. That would be fabulous. Here we go. There we go. So again, that reddish glow here, right? That's again some of our shatter point stuff. Here's a little different glow right there. We have magenta glow there, of course. Well, we always have plenty of fiery glow here. Well, here, even this will work again. So we really enjoy doing the glowy stuff. Here's also freehand and lots of fun color shifts. All done again with the oil paints. This is another army where we went into AI and said, look, show me Galadrim elf miniatures, white armor, teal cloaks, snow bases, and from that we did an entire army. Now, of course, the oils can work on things that are just a wee bit smaller, like this. We've been doing a whole lot of our 1/1800 scale ships here on the channel. And again, Ruckus, if you want to share some links there in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Let me get, yeah, we're trying to get some of our lightest light stuff here on the armor where we can. We should probably get, yeah, a little bit of that over here too. Well, that's actually. Oh, MTO is if you want to share any events that are going at the game castle in Santa Clara there. Yeah, go ahead and do that. Sorry, I was just couldn't quite conjure that up in my head. I was like, there's something I probably wanted to ask you. I wouldn't remember what it was. Yep, we're gonna get even lighter over here now. Especially since, yeah, we were able to get that dark in there. That's really gonna help that. Yeah, here a little bit more of the light on the armor here. And again, this is all done with oil paint start to finish. And we started 2 hours 36 minutes ago. And again, we are working on not one, not two, but 3 miniatures. Hey there, Nganes. Great to see you again. Happy Saturday. I hope that you are doing well. And of course, again, this is the latest tutorial video. This will be going up on the Patreon page probably tomorrow or something like that. So again, that's our latest tutorial for the Patreon page. Now that'd be fantastic there, MTellies. I guess I don't really know anything about, what's the point size of a standard game type thing. But if you want, yeah, again, you want to let anybody know what's going on, Game Castle in Santa Clara, please let everybody know. Yeah, we need a little bit. We need some more of our lighter touches on the armor here. Again, we're on this. We will hit it with the. That's been really successful. Is taking the fluorescent green, essentially turn it into a glaze, and putting that in. That really does make a big difference. It kind of gives it that extra glow, and that's you have to with the fluorescent colors. Kind of come up with little different ways of applying the paint there. It's not quite the same even as the regular oil paints. And even those, they don't go on quite the same. Well, for sure, don't go on the same as acrylics because we are not layering here. Hashtag no layers. And yes, these are all done with traditional oil paints right out of the tube. Not just for weathering or anything like that. As evidence here, we'll show you a fun little T3485 that also has some object source lighting on it. Because yes, even in historicals, again, the whole thing here done with oil paint start to finish. Oh yeah, this is another area where I think we could get just a little touch of something there. Here too. What about this? Yep, a little more here. Oh yeah, definitely on the horse's eye there. Nah, we never, that's what's going on here. We never did get the lightest light here. This edge of the armor on our horsey. Blending brush, where did you go? Try that again in a couple little, get to just a few little areas there. No, no more there. That should probably still get a little lighter, and now maybe on the lance itself to really get that glow work in here. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I know Mto is with the the conventions at least kind of wound down now. Hopefully, there's a little more time for the game stores to be running their events. Let's get right there at the top of that. Now the other one, we got to do some more of this lighter stuff on the back of him here. Yep, yep, we got to do that. Because you think that's super light, it is really nowhere near as light as we actually can go. And again, these are 3D printed from Make It Epic, or sorry, the basing bits from Make It Epic Basing. These are from Printing Goes Ever On. I forget which release this is. Don't remember that, but I do know these are from Printing Goes Ever On. Oh, it's that 40K tournament that you were talking about a couple of days ago, right, M. Tillies? So again, anybody that's going to be around the Game Castle in Santa Clara, you've got for sure the 40K tournament that's going to happen, and then obviously some plans being made for a Shatterpoint tournament. That'll be good. Might still need to go in there with some of our really darkest dark, but let's hit this with our latest lights first. Yeah, because this is supposed to be the focus here of all of our source lighting on this guy, so let's really make that brighter. Did we make that lighter? Yeah, we did. So mini records, what we are working on your stream there. Again, you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Everybody give Mini Ruggers a follow. Boom. You know what? This too, I think we need to start doing stuff down here. Plenty of time, right? Because 2 hours and 43 minutes ago, these used to have no paint on them at all. They were just primer, that's it. As we like to say here on the channel, don't blink. I'll see you later there, Grand Oracle. Thanks, of course, for being here. And I'll shoot you a message, just kind of see how things are going. Sorry that it's been a bit of a scuffle. I'll shoot you a message. There's lots of things going on here too, and I'll try to fill you in on those. So take care there, Grand Oracle. Have a good one. Appreciate you being here as long as you could be. Nah, I'm gonna get rid of some of that. And here, let me try and get a little bit of light on the edge of some of these things here. Our Skelly friend blending brush there. More of that, a little bit more of the fast matte white here. Just trying to find again some of the strongest edges, sharpen things up. Shield here, and then now we gotta get some of our latest rust on here. That's another thing that we can do. And as we're working believing out the last of the prepped and based Morgul Knight miniatures. These are figures 17, 18, and 19. And I do believe this would be our 6th stream with the Morgul Knights. Maybe. I think this will be the 6th one. That's all it took to get through 19 of these guys. And start to finish, considering that I believe at least 12 of them were cavalry. And that's with full-on rusty non-metallic metal with object source lighting, as effectively almost multiple light source lighting. And the oils are amazing things, and you can really get so much done with them in such a small period of time. Trying to get that last little bit of light here on the helmet, right down that edge. This too down here could use some. I mean, the source lighting is kind of hitting that, so let's see if I can get a little bit more of the light here on the armor itself. Some of that over here too. Not so much on that. Yeah, we need, that's where we're going to get again some more of our lighter rust color there. Same on the sword here. That could definitely use some rust. Yep, I'm gonna get to that right now before we kind of forget. We're doing a lot with our little highlight stuff here, which is fine. But let's get some of our later rust, right? Surface tension. How are you doing there, surface tension painting? I hope that your Friday was a good one. Hopefully your Saturday begins well also. So happy Saturday there, surface tension. Yeah, Surface Engine still in recovery mode after the level 13 hype train of the last stream. That was really wild. So surface tension, I actually, oh, that's right. That's right. Don't forget to post some of your fabulous oil painted minis there in the chat. Please go ahead and do that as we get some of the later rust in there. Thank you so much, surface tension. Appreciate that. Boy, surface tension. I'm just trying to think how many days in the course of an average year where it's not doing that. Well, when it's not doing that, it's much heavier, right? And that's your choice between the lighter mist and the really heavy stuff. Yeah, I think that's kind of how it rolls, right? There is no, well, again, that weird mysterious shiny thing in the sky. So again, everybody, please check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Again, fabulous oil painted minis, all courtesy of the Linseed Fellowship. Now what's the thing? Oh yeah, in the winter time here, there is something called grapple. Not joking, that's what it's called. And basically, it's almost like instead of hail in a summer type thing where it's golf ball, softball sized chunks of hail coming down, the grapple is almost like little mini. It's like the not even pea sized, and it's not quite snow, it's not quite rain, it's not quite hail. It's something in between all of those, and they call that grapple. You don't see it, well, in some ways you kind of see it more often here now because we don't just have snow anymore. Used to just be snow was snow. I wonder if we'll have a little more ice this year. We used to, in November, we'd have sometimes you go out there and everything would be covered in half an inch of ice. Because, yeah, well, we're heading towards that fall equinox here. It's not that far away. In fact, it is only 14 days away. Yep, so 2 weeks from today, fall equinox. As we add, so again, some more of that lighter rust. I think the other one had a lot of the lighter rust. This one just didn't really have too much of it. We're going to add some more of that down here. Also in here. Also over there. Maybe even some of it on that. Now, whoops, wait, we still have some more armor plates here that we could actually hit with that. You know what? Oh, the horse's eye over here. This one definitely needs the really, really light. Like that, and then again, we'll hit it with the our greenish glaze color there, made of the fluorescent green. Yeah, surface tension. I mean, used to be that an average winter was 35-ish inches of snow. Now, if you would add up about the last 3 years, you wouldn't get that much. Of course, Armored Wolf says, yeah, right, fine. They had, was it 114 inches of snow last November? Or was it 115? I know it was over 100. I do believe that did set the record for November there in up north. Hopefully we do get more of those coal blasts so that our printers actually, I don't need to be running whatchamacallit, heating units, which sounds weird, right? You think, well, no, you would want it warmer so that the printers would be warm. Oh no, it's got to be colder since the printers are basically directly underneath one of the furnace vents. So yeah, surface tension, armored wolf got all of the snow. Like most of the world's snow all went to armored wolf. Continuing to do these later. Okay, and now what we'll do is, oh, let's get this thing on the other side here. I might grab a touch of the blue there. Just realized we haven't done this yet. There we go. I was wondering what was missing down here. Yeah, all right. That's a big difference over there. All right. So here we'll set you aside, and now again we're gonna get. This is the very last of our stuff here. Last of the Morgul Knights. Here's some of here. Let me get some of that thinner back into this. Was not necessarily the lightest of the light blue, but we'll start working in here. Then we're gonna get our darker blue in there as well. Like that. Oh yeah, let's get some of this over here. Like that. The surface, you know what, I gotta find all of those rectangular bases that I printed out for all of those Highland miniatures, Stalkers and Necropolis Knights. Because at least that's one thing we have not painted at all on the streams here. Well, technically we haven't done any of the Stalkers either. That was a tutorial video. Well, yeah, we've got to get down to getting those. I think I actually was going to maybe do a little bit of a video on that because they're really really small, right? They don't even take up half of that giant rectangular base. So I've been trying to print up extra bits there. Actually, I might also have to. Oh, I might have to do. I might have to make some more Sculpey basing material for them now that I'm thinking about it. Hey there, Doji. Glad that you were able to get the bakery run achieved. I'm sure it was delicious as always. And Doji, if you want to share some of your fabulous painted stuff in the chat, please go ahead. I know everybody really loves seeing that. So please go ahead and post that if you could. Oh, no problem. No problem there, Doji. Glad to see you for as long as you can be here. Appreciate that. So yeah, Doji, this is the third miniature of the stream. These two, so we're just at about 3 hours, right? And well, we got these three miniatures going on. And here, let's get some of our lights on this. And then we'll come back in with the Prussian blue, some of our faux indigo. That would be the Payne's gray. Thanks, Doji. Appreciate that. Actually, Doji, that probably either, I think maybe, well, either tomorrow or the next date we'll be posting the Payne's Gray video with that bust. You know what? Let's get a little bit of the light back on that. Some of it here. So everybody please check out that Instagram link there that Doji just shared. Got some super fabulous oil painted miniatures. So Doji, great again, great to see you. Oh yeah, here let's some of that down here too. Now we're gonna backtrack a bit. Get even more of the blue on that brush there. We got ourselves that, yeah, I'll just use this as a blending brush here, I think. I think Doji, yeah, of course, I keep forgetting where that comes from. I will have to consult my mini factory there, see who makes that one. Oh yeah, that's right, Doji. I was trying to figure out, I need some Christmas cookie cutters. We were wondering if there was Lord of the Rings themed Christmas cookie cutters. And it would seem that Etsy might be the place to find those, which really, that doesn't actually surprise me now that I think about it. So I have to remember to peruse Etsy and see if I can find Lord of the Rings themed cookie cutters, because it's getting to be that time of year. We didn't get a chance to do the Christmas cookies last year or the year before, so definitely want to get to those. Well, actually, Doji, there's nothing that says we can't do Halloween cookies. And actually, well, that's the whole. I want to do a test run before it gets to be Christmas. So yes, yeah, we want to do a test run on the cookie baking, and again, we want to use the nutmeg log recipe, not necessarily the molasses-based gingerbread recipe. Okay, so those now starting to get a little bit more of a glow to them. Gonna try and get a little more of this sort of mid-range blue down in here. Actually, surface tension. Ooh, geez, you just reminded me. I've got to actually break out the. Those I actually know where those are, but the nativity scene figures, so that we can start painting those. Yes, it's getting to be that time. Yeah, we'll lighten that up a little bit more. Now we should, here, let's get some of that rust on here before we forget. And I think this will be of the darker rust variety here. Boom. I mean, look at this. That is super detail right there. It's like bam, 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 boom. There. Nothing terribly fancy about that, is there? Now let me see if we can take that. Yeah, our not indigo. That is the Payne's Gray. And we're just going to try and again sharpen up a whole bunch of edges here, if we can. This is again a 3D print from the Printing Goes Ever On. double darken this down here on the other side of that. Blending brush. Where are you hiding? And then we'll set this aside to let that have a chance to set. Yeah, no, let me get this first real quick here. Let's do something darker right in there. Restore that shape a little. Okay. All right, down here. What about that corner? I don't know. Let me first take that blending brush in there, just soften up some of that stuff. Everywhere else, we're looking to do the harder edges, right, because of armor. But on the cloth, looking to find some softer edges. You know what? That's got to be darker too. I'm just gonna take that blending brush here, and we'll let all that just mix together. So that this again looks like it's actually casting some light onto that. You know what? That probably should also be a little bit more of a shadow there. Because this thing, right, is making the... It's like they're actually cast a shadow on that. So surface tension somewhere, I have those... it was the same nativity scene that you printed out and painted. Actually, if you wanted to share that... I want to share that scene. That was really fantastic. But I've got that printed out larger. I just need to track that down. Some of our dark here around his chompers there. Restore a little bit of dark on that. That again. That's a basing bit from Zabavka. Actually, surface tension. I don't know if you've been able to print out any of the Zabavka bits there. I know you were. I think you were able to get some, and I think you might have been printing those already. What are we doing here? Yes, I like that little bit of rust on there, but we also need something a little lighter too here. But kind of going a little more neutral gray on that. Alright, so everybody check that out. That was really a fabulous scene right there that just turned out fantastic. Let me see if I can't do a little bit more with our lighter blue down here again, because you get the source light right there. Trying to actually combine it with just the regular ambient light there. A little more here, blending brush. Now we've got all that lighter stuff. How's about something darker and also a bit more neutral? We will do the maybe some Van Dyke brown in there as well. Hey there, AD. Nice to see ya. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. And of course, AD, you want to post your stuff there in the chat? Go ahead and do that. So AD, I never even got a chance to send you a message because what we thought was settled yesterday is now all unsettled again. Yeah, surface tension. Remember how crazy it was? We thought it's just like what was it? Oh, hockey players. Yes, you cannot find STO players of hockey players, baseball players, and I mean just generic stuff, not specific. Right? Not looking for specific teams or players, just a generic sculpt. It's the weirdest thing. So see you later, Doji. So yeah, AD. That all got verschmizzled again. So we're pretty much in limbo once more. Because of course, actually there's a whole bunch of things that kind of got verschmizzled and seemingly are back up in the air today on many different fronts. So yeah, I needed to get a little bit of our blue glow down onto that because we'd kind of taken some of that away. Yeah, surface tension, I couldn't believe it. You cannot find an STO file of a hockey player. I mean, just a generic, goalie, a center, defenseman, whatever. You can't find anything, which is disappointing because there actually is a fairly decent hockey game out there. I mean, I think if you had real hockey player figures instead of kind of the cartoony ones that they've got, it would really, it would be pretty neat. But yeah, sadly, no dice on the files. It would be really fun because I used to sketch out, uniform designs and stuff. It'd be really neat to do that again on a miniature. I mean, I suppose all that's left is just sculpting them yourself. Let me see if I can't throw. Yeah, do something here and there and there. Some of those later edges out there. So AD, I hope that, well, I don't know if you were able to work on that. I'm guessing you probably weren't able to work on that again today. Maybe I'll just, maybe I will roll with mostly the radiant blue in here. Let's see if that is, that's kind of light. The oracle of the flashlight said that there should be some of the light reaching over here. Yeah, actually, I'm really wondering about that surface tension. Uh, it's going to be certainly not super high quality, right? But if you knew, if you actually knew how to do the sculpting on the software, you could at least use that to kind of get you, well, the wireframe, for lack of a better term. I wonder if I was thinking of going back down here with some of the lighter rust too, but if we do, then we're going to lose out on some of the lighting effect there. Yeah, I thought so, AD. I figure it's going to be a long day of doing that. I hope it wasn't too bad. You know what? I'm going to see if I can't lighten that up a little. And then here we're going to just throw this on there, blending brush that back down. So that really did make a big difference, AD. Really, really did. And sorry that about the reactivation there. That was just, I can imagine there were some unpleasant words said when that happened. So we were talking about doing this, the turning the floral green here into a bit of a glaze. We won't need a whole ton of it. It might just be more than enough, and that's going to go here. Because that has worked super. Yeah, that really has worked very well. Yep, there we go. So do this one here. Yeah, surface tension. I know well, also too the digital scanners. Those are starting to develop, and of course I would really, well, if I had one of those, right, then I could just take my green stuff, old school, old fashioned wise, sculpt myself when I need to sculpt, and then just scan it. And I'm sure folks that, again, that have the old green stuff sculpting knowledge could really do something powerful with that. So again, that's a little bit of a glaze with that floral green. That's how powerful that stuff is. Mars Yellow Deep and our newfound Terra Rosa. I'm going to throw some of this on the shield here. There we are. And then now back into the armor. On the chest here. Now, well, again, speaking of the AI, there and the two corners there, you got the AI generated image. Well, we also have AI generated logos, but we did something like 12 different references, and we typed in the parameters and got some really fantastic results. Really excellent stuff. More of that lighter rust color down there, perhaps. Yeah. Also, teensy bit of that down here. We have almost nothing down there, either value-wise, color-wise. I'm almost thinking that we want to come back with. Actually, good. We're getting some more of the rust color here on this side of the helmet. But some of that, let's get a darker blue, which in this case is going to be the Payne's Gray. There. To separate the whole bunch of pieces of armor here on the shoulder. So yeah, AT, just you would almost think there was some kind of bizarre time warped conference call that wasn't a conference call, because everything was like, well, I heard that you talked to so and so, so what about this? And then I talked to the first person again, and then I find out that they talked to each other, and it's just like, okay. It was just mighty confusing. I was not anticipating them talking to each other, which again kind of threw everything into a state of disarray. And of course, again, we are back where we started. All of this, and nothing has happened. Oh yeah, this should be darker here. And that darker too. Now down here we need to, I'm going to get some of this lighter gray, I think. See if that is too light. Nope, actually we can go a little lighter with that. So just taking that gray, mixing it with our weird kind of dirty, nurgly yellow color. Do some of that, and actually the reins, we might need to darken those down. Also, I'm gonna have to darken down a couple of things like the mouth there. So we got that. Now let me go back to, I'm just gonna use the Payne's Gray here. AD, yeah, and just there's other other aspects too. Just again, crazy things. And yeah, it's not just that thing. There's other stuff that's becoming more and more unsettled by the day. Stuff that, well, again, was settled before is now not settled anymore. More of our dirt right in there. Oh, yeah. Something like that here. Separate that. Here we have a whole bunch of middle tone. We just don't have any dark. That's what's going to go in here now. Yeah, that's we just got a whole bunch of middle tone. Now we have light, dark, light. That's kind of what we needed. We had to do that maybe same thing over here. Do I do this or do I just go with the I would really like to preserve that nifty floral green there. Now we have to go with our, see if I have anything here that is, no, I'm just going to fast mat weight out here again. Why screw around? So I'm going to put some of this out there. Let's put some of that right over here. Like this. Break some of that down. For the eyes here. Yeah, now that's definitely looking like it's a glowing. Not, I was gonna put the little highlight on the top of that. I think we'll just leave that be. You know what? We should probably go ahead and get some light on the spine of that armor there. Now, what about this thing up here? There may not be quite as much of that blue leaching down onto that map. Maybe we should still have that there. When I look at it from this side, yeah, I could see that blue still hanging around the, again, the glow from this up here down onto here. Also, these spikes, they're raised. I know they capture some light because the Oracle of the Flashlight showed it. So surface tension, once again, here at the Wampelville Comedy Club, says that, well, if you do a horse in Payne's Gray, it's basically a Payne's Nay. Actually, all kidding aside there, I don't know if I've actually done, say, like a dapple gray horse with the Payne's Gray. We might just have to do that. Well, we have, needless to say, we have a whole bunch of Rohan stuff that we'll be painting. And some more elfy horses, and it'd be nice to maybe do some, again, dapple gray on them. So that might just have to happen, surface tension. We might just have to do that. Now, is this... Okay, that does have a little bit of color on it. That's sort of what we were looking for there. Teensy bit of dark, but really more of the color there. Sort of trying to do the dry brush version of what we did with the green. Also here, some of that over here. Let me go back to my light here. Nah, I think we'll hold it this way. Like, that's one weird way to be holding this thing. But actually, it's funny because all the weights that are in there, that's why I have to kind of hold it that way. We did pretty well with our counterweights, I guess. That's for sure. Well, we've certainly had a bunch of those lately, haven't we, AD? Yes, we're very familiar with that. Lots of pains there. These skelly friends down here, I'm going to try to get some more light on them here. You know what? There's a little something we could probably use on this armor down in here. We don't really have too much. Surface Tension says, well, if he didn't like that pun, if that was not his best work, he promises to rein in any future attempts at humor. Oh, it's too bad that Recoil is not here, because Recoil was that was part of the ultimate throwdown challenge of the with Recoil and Grand Oracle and everybody. Uh, that was a very puntastic stream. Yeah, most of these little skellies on here are the original Green Stuff World texture plate, but then there are some added ones on there. Ooh, wait, a little more, like right there. Also on that. And here we go. Well, of course, what we wouldn't want to do, AD, is to have any garishly colored saddles or saddlebags, because we wouldn't want it to be tacky now, would we? Yeah, so it would end up being very tacky otherwise if it was some garish colors. Back to our bluish tone here. So it would seem, let me look at something here. Well, I guess well, 19th of September, I think it's going to be delivered. Apparently our Lord of the Rings stuff is now in Memphis, Tennessee. But I thought that used to be like the big headquarters down there. Anyways, so I was thinking it shouldn't be too long before we actually see that. So who knows? Maybe we'll be painting some of the new Karn Doom figures on stream. We'll probably do lots of skelly bases in snow. It'll probably look an awful lot like, say, our werewargs. What I was wanting to do was, what we have not done is have these urban bits and snow. So I think that's what we will do for our Angmar. I was thinking of doing that for a Rudar as well. Yeah, there we go. Kind of glowy spirit things on snow bases. Guys, can't get enough snow, right? Can't have enough. It's just like skulls. You can never have too many skulls on a base. No such thing as too many skulls. So yeah, that would be a Nasdaq, and of course the Shadow of Rudar. That's that kind of hero version of I think a Wraith. And then a couple of the characters from Karn Doom, and then, well, what, there's 6 guys? Yeah, 6 guys there. That's obviously all Forge World stuff, and then, of course, the Rise of Angmar book. We can do with it. Yeah, no, let's not do anything else on the horse's face. Just make it too light. Doing some more here. I was I was thinking there for a second, surface tension. That well, if you're kicked off of your horse, then you're an ex-horsist, and of course there's a local coal town here, and oh no, I actually let's see. So actually, yeah, surface tension. What do you call somebody when they used to live in Crete? They spent their entire life living in Crete, and then they moved somewhere else. What would you call somebody that has now moved away from their home in Crete? More of a touch more of the light down there. Maybe I should have gone more with some dark around it too. You know what? This is that's a little too much of the white. I am going to try and take some of this here green. Take some of our yellow and yeah, okay, there we go. We got that crazy, almost nurgly yellow color here now. So Crypt Shadow would say me or the average person. No, that would be an excretion. So yes, if you were born on Crete, raised on Crete, and now you move away from Crete, you are now an excretion. That was that goes all the way back to Boy Scouts right there. So nice to see you there, Crypt Shadow. I hope that you're doing well. Maybe we'll get a little bit of our white into that. Blending brush again. The other thing I think we're going to do, oh yeah, how about some of this here, Perline Black. That's our dark green. Glad that you're doing okay there, Crypt Shadow. And yeah, we needed to darken this down. It just a little too late on the one on the top side of that. Okay, that does make more sense there now. Yeah, well, let's see. It's time for surface tension to mosey on away. To go walk that dog. So see you later, surface tension, and hopefully catch you on the stream tomorrow. Thanks for being here. Got my, that's a too much of the green here. We're gonna back away from that green. You know what? Actually, gonna deposit some. Oh, it's a good thing I deposited some of the extra from that elsewhere. Just trying to get something. Yeah, they say something like that little crack right there. So AD, we thought we would make it a very light evening. We're only doing 3. Actually, because these are the last 3. So these 2 cav and this dude here, yeah, these are the last of the prepped and ready to go. Whatchamacallits here? The Black Numenorians slash Morgul Knights. Now let's get some of our lighter stuff on here. Let me just move you back over this way. Yeah, so 3 hours, 34 minutes ago, these 3 miniatures had Zippo in terms of paint. Absolutely none whatsoever. No object source lighting, no rust, no nothing. Like the Weeping Angel says, don't blink. That certainly should be a little bit lighter there. Now we'll take our blending brush to it here. Oh, that sounds good there. Crypt Shadow. Let me hit this here too. No, not enough of our blue. Let's back away. Get a little more of the floral blue into that, and then we'll do some mixing here again. Blending brush to tone that down a little. Actually, well, geez, it's the other thing I have to do is create the go in and have a list of conquest stuff so that we can actually have genuine armies instead of just, okay, here we've got this. We got these 3 werewolves and a couple of Valkyries and some what are they? The Huskarls. We need to get some of those, some of the Jotnar, because I think that could be really fun. Talk about at least from what Bithron was saying, there should be all kinds of open canvas space on the Jotnar, especially for doing our tattoo stuff. So yeah, we got to do that. Well, that escalated quickly there, right? There, that's looking like it should. We need to get some of our lighter blue over here now. Thanks, Robert Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channel and the Instas. Now, if you want to see pictures of some of the painted stuff, also we have on the Instagrams and also some Facebook posts too of the Easterlings on the terrain board. Actually, Bambi is hopefully going to finish the other part of that Easterling building. The one we were printing last night, we were printing the bottom section. We've got the top section printing now. And hopefully that all turns out okay. That was the very first building that I ever basically went into and actually cut the file. And it seems like it was successful. That is going to get darkened down a wee bit here. Also over here. Then we can come back and we can always, again, lighten up the blue stuff here if need be. But I think what we got to do first, though, is here. Let's do some of the not source lit stuff. And look, we got some of our green over here. Let's just use this right now. It's kind of a very muddy green like this. So it looks like, yeah, what we thought was going to be a magical lineup of college football is kind of it's a little bit meh tomorrow. It starts out with a bang with Texas and Michigan, and then it goes into fizzle mode, unfortunately. Well, we'll look around and see if there's any other fun, interesting potential matchups, maybe some upset specials. I mean, that's kind of where all the magic was the last 2 weeks anyway, was kind of in the upset specials. Get some of our light along that. That right there, yeah, we're gonna have to come back with the line of sight and really hit the top edge of that. I think that's what we'll have to do. Blending brush to hit some of this stuff here. Over there. What is going on with some of this over here? I think the blue is just hitting that anyways. Yeah, maybe not as much as I thought. Hey there, Bitron. So Bitron, it seems like, well, at least it's being shipped. All of the Rise of Angmar book and those Forge World figs. And yeah, it's all Forge World stuff. So that's coming this way. I mean, it's sitting down there in Memphis. I would really think it wouldn't take till September 19th to get here. I know that Jacob, he did a battle report apparently with the Dunedain Legendary Legion. So it's the new Karn Doom figures for the most part. And then there's that orc, and then of course that basically hero race or whatever. So yeah, that's what's coming this way. And I was talking about, geez, I'm gonna have to print out more of these bits here. I think that's what I'll have to be printing out tomorrow. Then is more of these bits. I thought I'd printed out plenty, but no, I think we'll have to print out more. And that way we'll be able to maybe do our Ingmar stuff too. Again, and because I haven't done these with snow, and I thought that could be really fun doing something like that. Yeah, Bithron, we have a similar situation here of something several things have kind of disappeared into the ether, and you know the rule is that it's probably within 17 to 20 inches of where I'm sitting right now. Like the brushes were, the hype train, all that. Actually, Bithron, we have that level 13 hype train last night. That was really, really, really wild. Definitely shattering records. Okay, do we have, you know what? I'm going to get a little bit more of the floral blue. We'll combine that with the Prussian blue. Now we're going to come back with, say, this. And that floral blue. We're going to try and get the edge in these blades here. Like that. Boy, Bitron, that's well. Talk about the Wayback Machine. Talk about the Wayback Machine. Yeah, Hook. I do believe that. Well, let's see. I know there was a. There might have been one or two gift subs thrown out there. Talk about yeah. It was. It was like yeah. Gift subs were falling around like confetti. I think you. I think you got one there too, right, Hook? See what I did there? But great to see you again there, Hook. Glad that you've been able to hang out with us for a while here on our Friday into Saturday stream. Now, it depends what I'll be able to get. Perhaps we'll either be doing. Actually, I really did want to finish off the Camel Riders. Plus, it ties into Michigan, Texas. So I believe that is what we will be painting tomorrow. Is we got more of the camels to do, and some more of the infantry. Yeah. Now we'll see. Of course, by then that game should be long over with. So we'll see if Horns fan is in a celebratory mood. Again, that will be Michigan versus Texas. Yeah, bits run that long ago. That would be like a bit. Well, let's see. There's a lot of things I remember about the baseball game that I made, but there's some things I would need a refresher on. I think I need to maybe come back into this with the darker blue and a couple of spots here. Now, that went a little wonky right there. I'll get rid of that. See if we can scare up some of that Prussian blue over here. That's mixed with the Payne's gray as well. That belt there, that certainly needs a little more definition. And then again, some of these armor plates are a little bit on the crazy side here. And then I also want to see if I can't manage to get some of the glow in the eyes. Or you know what? Here, let me try something. Nah, we'll have to remix that. Okay, no problem. We got the floral green over here. Drop that down in there for now. And now let's go back here to get something even lighter here on the back of him. That's not just the object source lighting, but still some of our greenish glow perhaps. Now I hope that you're able to find that there, Bitron. Actually, Bitron, we were basically so shocked that you cannot find STL files of hockey players anywhere. I think remember there was one stream we were trying to. I thought, well, let's look again. There is nothing. You cannot find hockey players anywhere, and there's actually a hockey game out there that is not too shabby. It looks, because the figures that go with it are just so cartoonish, it kind of taints how you see the game. And I was just hoping that we could find some printable hockey players, just something very simple. Some defensemen, some forwards, obviously a goalie, something that would work as a center. I don't remember what the name of it was. It was a thing that came out on Kickstarter over, I don't know, maybe a year or two ago, I think. but it really was. It seemed to be fairly decent. I think it actually popped up on my Instagram feed when it was still a Kickstarter campaign. You know what? That probably, yeah, we still need to get some of our later blue on that side of it here. Here, a couple little bit of lights there, and then maybe we'll just do this to indicate some cracks in this here. Just like that. Bit more of our light right there. Nah, that's all too much. Let's tone that down. There we go. Now up here, we need, I think, to get some sort of an edge on this part of the shield here. Yeah, we had nothing there. Same on that, this whole edge over here. We had a whole bunch of nothing there. Might try to get this a little later here too on the top of the hood there. You know what? Maybe something here. We have a whole bunch of dark there. Yeah, alright. Let's get some of this right here. What is going on though? So there is armor down there. You know what? I think we'll do that with the rust. Let's get some rust on that. Maybe the same over here. That's a good way to get some separation from all of that, all the bluish stuff there without having to go crazy with lots of light and lots of dark. Is to basically just get in there. Yeah, like this. Also over here. Oh, yep, I'll get this too. That needs to be darker, so we will just take some of this. Payne's gray. Set that armor back a little bit more. Yep, we're gonna see if we can't get a little more of our dark down in there. And then that stuff needs some more edges sharpened. I don't know if you can even see that. Looks like you can, mostly. Okay, yeah. That really helps those edges. Man. I might also do a little bit of our dark up there and then here too. Now that there's some of the light. So yeah, we still have our... Yes, that's some of the new fast matte white out there. That's good. Oof. Too much thinner though. Here, let's take some of that out of there. That is going to go on the ear. It's going to go over here. along these edges, maybe the nostril over there. Maybe, yeah, like the front section of that a little more, and then this two here. A little bit of something on the sword here. And from this light, I mean, it is sort of like a little flashlight there. Let me see if we can move this. Ooh, again, too much with the thinner. And try to get some of that taken out of there. Right along this armor on the neck, there's a couple of sections that really should have that light really hitting it pretty hard. The light is right next to it there. A little something down here. And I'll be throwing, I know you kind of resolved, okay, I think I'm going to be working on this stuff here. I don't know if you kind of just said, okay, yeah, let's just work on this, and because I knew you were going to kind of set some of the conquest stuff off to the side, at least temporarily there. Now let me see if we can get the light on in his eye right there. For a bit of a glow. Now we could on that one, and we did on that one. Okay. So we got those in there. Now let's do the darker stuff around the outside. That didn't really do what we wanted it to do. Okay, there we go. Okay. Let's roll with that. Oh, your Saurians. That's right. The Saurians. And well, yeah, that as we were talking about, right? That shooting, very short range. Some of that dark on the tail here. Yeah, right there. Blending brush again. You know what? That should probably be dark right here. That is in shadow from this. Maybe if we just get in there with some really dark stuff here. Actually going with some Van Dyke Brown now and the Payne's Gray together. Like that. Okay, we've done... Yeah. I guess we'll roll with something like that. Anything else here? Sure. That's going to get a little more of a dark over the top of it. Again, because almost like a cast shadow there. Hey, welcome back there, Doji. Great to see you again. I hope that all the training stuff is going to be going really well. So Doji, yeah, tomorrow we will be doing. I just realized we have to paint the some more of those Mahood riders and their Farharad stuff. That's for we'll be doing that for Hornsfan because obviously that burnt orange color just happens to be the colors for his longhorns. So we'll do that. So I see there's so magic and the shooting there. Kirik, welcome back. I hope that you're doing well. Great to see you again. And of course, Doji, if you wanted to share your stuff again, please go ahead and do that. All right, that's being a little bit persnickety. Oh, if we hold it this way, that might just work. Because I see we need to actually get some of this light down into here. Let's do that here. We got this, again, this lighter blue here. That should work. Also down here, yeah. Alright, yeah, so that starts to line up with what we've got there. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. So some fabulous oil painted miniatures. What about this? I'm looking here at this. That's a little flat. You know, I'll just do the maybe some of the lighter rust color. Let's try that. See how that plays out here. We haven't really tried that down there, so let's give it a shot. Now, of course, not too much, but the thinner here. That is definitely a more intense rust color. I'm going to get maybe a little bit of that on the sword too. You know what? I think we could use that over here. Get on some of our rust. Not too much of it. Not too much. Right there. Maybe a touch more of that lighter rust down on the horse's armor there. Also, maybe a little in there. Not sure if oh yeah, this is another place where I was thinking about some, again, the lighter rust color here on some of those armor pieces. I think, yeah, when I was printing these guys out, I was only starting to do that. The way I was taking them off of the plates was to and again curing them before, or yeah, before they're taken fully off of the supports, but found a way to kind of loosen up the supports at least a lot. Instead of, I think with these, I had to just kind of clip them off the supports because I don't think I was doing that yet when I printed out these initially. Is that as dark as that can be on the edge? It pretty much is. Now there we go. We needed that little bit of dark there. Now I think we're okay on our dark here with this, with the helmet. Also going to sharpen up the edges down there too, and then maybe even these. Yeah, maybe something like that. We did paint in some cracks, but I think maybe we might try to do some more here. Yeah, we got a whole broken column thing here. We should definitely maybe try to get a crack emanating from some of these. Yeah, that now that's not quite so open. I mean, it's all broken up and everything, yet there's no cracks anywhere. Doesn't really make much sense, does it? Let's try this. Back to that dark again. Put on the edge of the shield there mostly because there's a bunch of rough stuff there. It also kind of does make it look like it has a little bit of a shadow on it, which is a nice little side effect of that. Taking more of our dark over here into the tail. Yeah, we don't really want the rust in the tail. Now, of course, those references down there, they actually put rust on the horses and on the birding and everything else. So we're not doing all that. A little more of a, yeah, something there. I might still try for a lighter grayish whatever here. Let me see what happens with this. That doesn't seem like it's too light. Oh, this is what we don't have here. We don't have an edge on that, so we are going to go lighter. Some of our fast matte white, mix it with some of the green here. Yeah, like that. And then here on the top, I think now that's gonna do it on that. Try to get some light on that, the horse's hoof there. A little light on the back of his leg and that hoof. A little something back in there. Yeah, that is why we do the darker primer, because there's basically no way you're gonna see anything in there. We'll let that edge also get softened up a little. Top of this, I'm trying to just pull that light over a little. It's just kind of a, yeah, just sort of an uncontrolled blob there. We're gonna fade that a little. Yep, I think that works now. I'm actually gonna take maybe some of that Perline black. That's a real dark green. There we go. Okay. I might even do the same thing over here, because that's where we did that sort of greenish wash there with the floral green. We're going to try that on, let's see if it'll work here on this. I don't really know, but we're going to find out. We'll just see how that rolls. Should I do more dark on that tail? Maybe not. Maybe we won't do that. This right here, I'm gonna, yeah, I've got some of the white, some of that greenish gray. A little something more, because there's actually some more armor plates there, believe it or not. And we need something here, either some rust or whatever, because there's actually more armor plates there on his neck, I keep forgetting about those because it's super, super hard to see those down in there. That actually is some of the armor right there. There's another little edge of the armor I need. Might just leave the saddle be darker. And that way over here we haven't really done anything with this part of the armor there. It's right now just doing a little bit of a dry brush sort of thing over that. Same thing here on the front of this edge. That might really be all we need to do on that. And then down here is a couple more of those armor plates that have basically no definition. We have to do a little something on those. Nothing exotic, nothing crazy, just a little, maybe some white along the edge there to define that. There's also a couple of the rivets there. Yeah, it's just taking out a little bit of this here. Now there's a little more definition there. We also need maybe some more reflected light here on that piece of armor. This is what's we need over here too. The light's coming down this way, then that needs to be more of a darker edge. Ah, there we go, and also makes that edge stand out much more. What about that? Here, let me just try to get the blending brush on there instead of maybe a whole bunch of new paint. Let's see what we can do just with that. And now maybe we'll hit it again with some of our lighter blue. Let's see what happens. So see you later, AD. Everybody please give AD Creations a follow if you could. So thanks, AD. Yeah, I'll shoot you a message tomorrow, and holy smokes. Again, it seemed like it was all set at finally after months and months and months, only to not be set anymore. What's going on with this there? Touch more of our lighter blue right there. Okay, yeah, now that looks like it's actually being lit. It was just kind of this weird thing floating around with not a whole bunch of light on it. You know what? That probably needs a little bit of light right there too. Yep. This over here, we have the rust in place, but I just need a little touch of something on the bottom of that. This is almost our lightest light here. Not quite. There's a bunch of thinner on that. I'm going to get rid of some of that. That needs to go along the edge of this and also on the edge of his arm. And I might, don't want to do too much of it on that. That's not really supposed to be armor anyways. I really, yeah, even with the 3D printed stuff, I wish they would just kind of avoid the wrapping on weapons like this. Now here, I don't have to worry about mold lines or anything, but still. Here's another case of, do I need to go in with some more dark, or maybe we'll just see what happens when we do this edge here. That works pretty well. Now over there, let me get my blending brush to work into that. And then these little wings here on the helmet. we... Oh, wait, no. This should be later. That it's sitting right on top of it there. Yeah, it works. Another bit of our light here. And now I think I need to maybe push that more towards a... Well, that's going to be that sickly green color. We just mix some of our rust color in with our green. Yeah, oh yeah, that's actually working out pretty well there. No, now that's going to look too much like the rust, so we will bring in some of our radiant green to do that. Also on the armor of the horse there. Let me try some of that down here. That might need to get a little more, just a little touch of mid-tone to separate that from the horse. Yeah, that's still that warmer green versus that cooler green down there. Now, I will take the flashlight here. So it does show that blue reaching down to here. So we will take our floral green here, mix it with... There's some of our radiant blue, and then just a little bit of the phthalo green here. That's going to cool it down even more. I want more of my floral green there. Okay. Now, what we need to do on the other side of this, some of the Payne's Gray, some of the Perline Black, and darken that. Where is my... There's my blending brush. Here we go. Poof. Yep, that's... what is going on there? Yes, we just... Well, you must have dark to show the light. And, of course, when in doubt, make things darker. Because you can highlight things all you want. Eventually, there's nowhere to go. Hey there, Negative Charisma. How you doing? It's been a while. Welcome in. I hope that things have been going as well as possible for you, of course. And Negative Charisma, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Touch more dark there. You know what, this is going to extend that shadow a little bit further down this way, and then again use the blending brush to do that. Now I think we will take a teensy bit of this and put that there again where that bluish light might be reaching this. Well, Negative Charisma, yeah, that's minor details, right? Yeah, if you can't sit there to paint, that makes it a little bit challenging. Well, let's hoping that all works out. And I don't know how much of the physical therapy stuff post surgery has to happen. Maybe sticking with the warmer green on that side. Now, what we have been doing on some of the other ones is essentially, and I don't think we can use the blending brush for this. We will take the asphaltum and that Van Dyke Brown, ultra dry brushy here, and that'll go down on the ends of these. It kind of stains that a little bit. Everybody, please check out the Insta link there that Negative Charisma just shared. Is that Insta link? That is an Insta link. So thanks for doing that there, Negative Charisma. It has been really wild working on basically the new version of the Morgul Knights here. A whole different color scheme. As we like to say, similar but different. Here's our original Morgul Knights here. So these are the old GW ones. As you can see, in many ways, the bases are similar. But what's different is, of course, we got the glowing weapons there. Who knows? Maybe we even. I was gonna say we could try to do some more paint on those or whatever, but on stream, just to alter them, show how that can be done. But I can just print out more of these. And I think we'll go with that because I would like to say the original ones because that was actually one of our old army painting series on the Patreon page. So Negative Charisma, great to see you as always. And now remember, hopefully this coming Monday here, our Armada Mondays are going to get much bigger as we try to paint basically 28 millimeter ships. And those will be, again, I have to see if they'll fit on screen for one thing. Haven't actually had a chance to do that definitively yet. Again, they would easily fit onto my other filming stations, but again, that's a little bit different than this. Trying to get another harder edge on these where we have some of the later rust happening. Some of it down there. We did get some of that cooler green, but I think I'm going to try and do a little bit more of it down here. That will again be the phthalo green mixed with that. It's about the right thing there. Let me see if we can go a little touch later. Actually, just to add, whoops, not that much radiant green. Okay, we'll roll with that. That's going to be good enough. Here too. And then get some of this down here. Not really on the horses there. We're going to go with our back to this grayish color here, greenish gray. Maybe a touch later. Blending brush. Let's see if we can just mimic some horseshoe here. There is no horseshoe there. We're just going to paint something that kind of looks like it. I mean, it's not all that difficult, right? Pretty easy. Just add that little tiny detail. got the light over there. Okay. Hmm. So that is a bit on the ragged side. So we will take our fluorescent blue, see if we have a little bit of the Prussian blue left. And that's going to be see, a little bit of a glaze over the top, but it's also mixing with that, right? We're not doing a pin line wash. We specifically wanted to not just do a glaze. It's kind of like we're reactivating the paint here. Yeah, and now that would be, again, casting a shadow onto that armor there, so I think we just have to leave the rest of that alone. Same deal there, actually, basically kind of reactivating some of the paint and then kind of pushing that around. That might not be something that you want to do in your early stages of doing the oil painting. Of course, those color charts, definitely a wise thing to do. I would really, really recommend doing those color charts because in addition to seeing what the color looks like, you get a much better idea of how that handles. Is it opaque? Is it, because some colors, say like Indian yellow, they are massively translucent, but trying to thin those down, it takes like a ton of thinner because it's really, 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 really thick consistency. That's where doing the color charts will help you out because you get a chance to see that. And I just use basically some hot press illustration board. It's got a little bit of tooth, but not tons of it. We don't want a lot of that. If it's too rough, it's going to be, it'll kind of affect the way your color charts look, not just the fact that it's going to make them a little bit difficult to actually just do in the first place. So again, everybody please check out that Insta link there that Negative Charisma just posted. You know what, I'm going to darken that up on a couple of the sides there and then maybe something here. Let me try Mr. Blending Brush on this. Right there, okay, so yeah, now we have kind of that light, dark, then light again. Kind of fade that a little. We do have this later rust going. I'm going to try that again here. I think that can work. Yeah. But I do think, well, let's see. Now it's almost 3 in the morning here, and we've been doing this for 4.5 hours. Let's take a quick review here on what we have done. All three of these figures had no paint on them when we started out. So there's our cab again. These are all from Printing Goes Ever On. So there's our cab, and of course, don't forget, we also have this guy right here. So he has all three of those. 4.5 hours ago, had no paint on him. So I think we will head back over to Hixie over here because Hixie is streaming. And again, we appreciate the Armored Wolf for doing the moderations, of course. Appreciate all the bits, the subs, the follows, the cheers, and the raids. Thank you so much. And well, we'll be back at this again. We are going to be painting some of our camel riders and more of the Farharad stuff. So thanks, Bitron. Sorry to kind of cut out a little bit early for you here, and thanks, Armored Wolf. Really appreciate that. Let's get our raid countdown going here. So yes, that's all 19 now of our fully prepped and based Minas Morgul figures done. See you later, Kirik. Thank you so much for hanging out again.